Councilmember Cunningham, if you'd like to join us at the table, please. And we have no one joining us via Teams, correct? Alrighty, so we will start our study session of Tuesday, May 6th. Items 1 and 3, Ms. Clerk.
Items 1 and 3. Item 1 is noticed as executive session, Ferral versus City of Tucson, Pima County Superior Court, case number C-2023-5269, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03, A3 and A4. Item 3 is noticed as executive session, authorizing the city attorney to initiate litigation to preserve and promote the city's interests in securing federal funding relating to various city matters that include but are not limited to transportation, housing, continuum of care, and other city matters, while opposing unconstitutional or otherwise unlawful conditions imposed on such funding, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03, A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. It'll take us approximately an hour-ish. So it'll take about an hour? Alrighty. We'll be back in an hour, everyone. Thank you. return to study session, please? There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, item 2. Item 2 is direction to staff. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'd ask for a motion with respect to the Ferral versus City of Tucson case, that the mayor and council direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle this matter for the amount of $75,000.
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 4. Item 4 is direction to staff. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Mayor, I move that the mayor and council direct the city attorney and city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session. This direction includes but is not limited to the following. The mayor and council reaffirm the prior direction to take such legal action as might be reasonable or necessary to preserve and protect the city's federal funding. The mayor and council authorize the city attorney to join or initiate legal action to challenge the imposition of new or modified grant conditions by the federal government that violate the U.S. Constitution or are otherwise unlawful, including but not limited to those conditions relating to DEI programs, local enforcement of immigration laws, application of so-called gender ideology policies, and/or policies related to access to lawful abortions.
There is a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 5, time has been set aside for discussion regarding the fiscal year 2026 budget and compensation plan. Before I pass it over to the city manager and his team, I'd just like to begin by thanking our city manager, our CFO, Anna Rosenberry, and their teams for preparing this budget. The city and the county are working diligently to complement each other's work. For me, it's important to be able to partner with our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors so that we make sure that we're working together. And the Prosperity Initiative is a perfect example of city-county collaboration. We both passed it. County passed it in December 23, city passed it in January 2024. And it has been a productive relationship partnering with Pima County in doing this work together. So we complement each other's work. Pima County offers workforce development. The city of Tucson does affordable housing. Pima County offers wastewater management. The city of Tucson provides water. It should be similar as we work together to complement our budgets and complement the services that our mutual residents deserve. So I just want to make sure that we discuss this as we prepare to have a discussion regarding the budget. Also, we just had an item regarding federal actions against cities, counties, and states throughout the country. Federal actions right now are being taken, such as canceling our Department of Justice grants, canceling the possibility of canceling HUD and CDBG, canceling of EPA funds that were duly awarded to nonprofit organizations like Primavera. It's a $20 million hit where we cannot do the work to protect vulnerable communities in our city. We are monitoring what both the state and the federal government are doing to make sure that we inform not just the council but the public on how what the federal actions mean to the residents of our community. So with that, just want to open it up to kind of attach that background to the decisions that we have to make at this table. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. We're at the point where we've presented a budget that's under review by you all. And this is kind of a check-in point and addressing just sort of updating information as we go. But also, we wanted to make sure that you heard from some of the departments that represent the special revenue funds, because we spend a lot of time talking about the general fund, which is right and good, but that's not all the work of the city. So we just have an update presentation, and we'll be glad to entertain questions and discussion from you after that. But with that, I'd like to turn it over to CFO Anna Rosenberry to start us off.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. We do have some of our deputy directors and directors to lead off the discussion today. We'll be starting with a brief update from the Water Department and Deputy Director Shadweiler.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, good afternoon. I'm going to briefly touch on Tucson Water's capital improvement program. We have a proposed 5-year spend of just over $574 million. There are 3 specific areas I do want to touch on. One is infrastructure rehabilitation. Over the next 5 years, we will be focusing on rehab of many of our major storage facilities, our booster stations, our well sites, as well as some of our large diameter pipeline infrastructure. Just over the last year, we completed up to 3,000 feet of major rehab of our 54-inch pre-stress concrete cylinder line. We're going to continue that again next year as an example. We also have over $80 million of neighborhood main replacements scheduled over the next 5 years. These are to replace aging infrastructure that has reached the end of its service life and is in need of replacement. There are also a number of transmission main projects, mainly to convey additional supply and increase redundancy to the southeast portion of our service area. This is necessary because we have a lot of wells out there that are there solely to meet peak demand, and we need to increase our redundancy and supply to meet the growing needs of that service area. And there are also a number of treatment facilities that will be coming up over the next couple of years. The Northwest Wells PFAS treatment facility is actively under design at this time. That'll be done in probably a couple of years. We will also we'll actually see work starting on that this year with some of our wells that do need to be rehabbed and redrilled up in the northwest part of the service area. The TARP PFAS pretreatment facility is actively under construction. That is one that's being funded by the state of Arizona through ADEQ. That is scheduled to be completed by the end of next summer, early fall, in order to comply with the funding guidelines. And then we are actively in the planning stages, thanks to your approval of the agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation earlier this year, starting advanced water verification facility design. We'll have an RFQ coming out later this year to begin design on that. So that will be moving quickly. And if there are no questions, I'm going to pass it off to Director Credio.
Thank you. Next is Director Credio with the Department of Transportation and Mobility.
Great, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I am proud and excited to present to you our 5-year capital improvement plan for the Department of Transportation and Mobility. You can see that our capital improvement projects total just over $1 billion over the 5 years, with more than 80% of that representing delivering voter-approved initiatives. We remain committed and focused to improving the condition of our neighborhood streets with the Proposition 411, Tucson Delivers Better Streets, Safe Streets program. We also continue to plan, design, and construct Proposition 407, Tucson Delivers Strong Connection projects, and we continue to try to find ways to complete the 2006 RTA plan. Some other notable areas that I want to mention include the transit category. We are looking forward to completing a compressed natural gas refueling station, as well as taking delivery of 39 CNG buses, which will allow us to remove all the remaining diesel buses from our fleet. Some other notable projects that I want to mention include the design of the Drexel Bridge, the design and construction of Western Hills neighborhood revitalization projects, as well as the planning and design of the Nebraska Bicycle and Pedestrian Bridge over Interstate 19. Lastly, before I close, I just want to note that this slide represents a tremendous amount of work by our project management team at DTM. And so I just want to offer my sincerest gratitude to all of our hardworking project managers that will ensure that we deliver this program for our community. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Anna Rosenberry. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question, Sam, on the Drexel Bridge. Thanks to Representative Andres Cano at the time, he helped us secure a $15 million state of Arizona funded funds for Drexel Road Bridge. Where are we with that? And I know that we were going to apply for federal funds to help finalize and finish that bridge. And I know you're planning. Can you give us any update?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I'd be happy to provide a quick update on the Drexel Bridge. We have received and taken possession of that $15 million from the state, and we continue to work on the planning and design of that project. So we are actively engaging the public. We have a consultant on board, and we are working on the design. We did apply for a build grant for the funding of that project, and it's also included in the RTA Next program as a potential project as well. So we are still looking to close the gap for the total construction funds. Meanwhile, we are continuing down the path of completing design to be ready for when those construction dollars are available.
I know that now Supervisor Andres Cano is still interested in investment and construction of that bridge, and is trying to see on his role as a supervisor representing that area how we can partner with Pima County on it. So I think it would be great to be able to reach out to Pima County Transportation Department to see if there's anything that we can do together to bring in funds to finish that bridge.
Absolutely, Mayor. We can follow up accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Sam? Alrighty, thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Next, we've got Director De La Torre with Environmental Services.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with a quick overview of our proposed capital improvements program. As you know, all equipment and capital projects are funded on a pay-as-you-go basis, so all the funds are essentially generated through user fees. With your consensus and approach, our approach has been to pay as we go. We treat some of the investments as one-time expenditures like constructing a landfill cell. Today, our proposed 5-year plan consists of 7 projects. First project is Los Reales Sustainability Campus Continuum Maintenance Facility upgrade or relocation. So as of March of this year, we relocated all continuum maintenance facilities to the Los Reales Sustainability Campus, and we're in the process of designing and building a new facility at that location. Next project is Los Reales landfill gas system improvements. Those are critical environmental and compliance improvements needed to upgrade the gas collection system from just a compliance system to more of an energy producing asset. The other project is Los Reales, at the Los Reales Sustainability Campus, the construction of the Bifusion building, which is currently under construction, is scheduled to be completed by the end of this fiscal year. The other projects, Los Reales Sustainability Campus, 2 facility upgrades. We're running out of room at that facility, so we need to expand locker room, restroom facilities, really to accommodate the additional staffing that is currently reporting at that facility. The other project is the Los Reales landscaping buffer. That is really the intent, really to add additional landscaping material, a multi-use pathway, a fencing around the new acquired land, really just to provide more of a landscaping separation between the landfill itself as an asset from the adjacent neighborhoods. We also are proposing really to go into the old landfills, closed landfills, do some remediation work, some grading and drainage improvements, as well as to enhance some of the vegetative cover at those facilities. And lastly is the proposing to do some modifications or remodeling of our current administrative offices, again, really just to accommodate more space within that facility. That concludes my presentation, Mayor. I don't know if there's any questions.
If there are no questions for Director De La Torre,
Thank you.
next up, we have Director Cheneca with Housing and Community Development.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm happy to talk about HCD's capital improvement project budget. A few things to note. One is very important on that top right there. What's not included in the pie chart is the development work we're doing under the nonprofit development arm. It's not included because for most of those projects, we have co-developers and equity investors. So we have separated that out from our departmental CIP budget. And then second, it's really hard to predict a 5-year budget right now. And so what we have focused on is projects we know are on the short-term horizon, as well as what we can reasonably expect in terms of public housing capital improvement projects over the next 5 years. So that includes the congressionally directed spending projects that we know we're about to start construction on, which includes Willard and the Housing First Resource Center. We're planning on starting construction on those this calendar year. And then we have some improvements for our emergency shelters. So that includes sprinkler projects and other safety improvements at our emergency shelters, including Wildcat Inn and the Craycroft, which was formerly the Knights Inn, as well as a fairly major renovation of the Econo Lodge, which is a transitional shelter project. And then lastly, we will be making improvements to many of our city-owned units based on what budget allows. So that includes our public housing units as well as our El Portal rehab units. And happy to answer any questions on that.
I have a question on the Stone Avenue Youth Transitional Housing. That's a capital improvement project. What is it that we're investing and where does the money come from?
Yeah, so it is primarily community development block grant funds that will be used for that project. It's about $7 million total between a few different funding sources, and we do anticipate starting remediation. There's some asbestos that needs to be removed. That should start in the next month. And then the whole project is about $5.5 million.
And how many units is that?
So it's 54 hotel rooms that will be converted to studio transitional apartments.
For youth?
For youth, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Ready.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, as we pivot back to the general fund here in a moment, and I'll turn it back over to Ms. Rosenberry here in just a second. I want to note that these capital programs are going to be a point of emphasis over the next year as well. We have some of our capital programs in some departments that have a robust planning for the next 5 years, and it's kind of some known funding. And then we have some that have funding gaps that we haven't shown you all the need. We've just shown you what's funded. And as we develop the budget over the next year and moving forward, when we talk about the capital program, we really need to show you both. We need to show you the total need and any of the unfunded portions of it that are present. So when you see a chart like we showed a couple of meetings ago, you see like the capital program dwindling over time, and that's actually the opposite of what was really expected. So we want to make sure we are doing a better job of telling you that story and working with you on those solutions moving forward. With that, let's go back to my number one obsession, the general fund.
I'm trying to get there. Let's see. If I had the clicker. Oh, there it was. I know, and I dropped the ball. I'm sorry. Oh, one more. Okay. Yes, included in the memorandum, we do have a number of details regarding general fund items that relate to some questions that we were asked at the table previously. I'm going to turn this over to Director Ozomalam to walk us through those.
Mayor and Council, we will look first at the information technology cost. The costs for software are included in the fiscal 26 recommended budget, and we have an increase to the base budget on these costs, which are largely offset by reduction in the hardware buying capacity. For the jail boarding estimates, Table 1 of the memo presented to Mayor and Council include rates over the years for jail boarding, and we gave a comparative and also a comparison and also a breakdown year over year of the percentage increases to these costs. We are looking at an estimated 33% increase from fiscal 25 to fiscal 26 for the first day booking and second day housing rates. So we're looking at a large increase in cost for these services. On the positions, reductions, and days vacant, Table 2 of the memo also provides mayor and council with additional information on this topic. We reallocated and/or eliminated 36 general fund positions in the fiscal 26 budget recommendation. Most of these positions, of course, were held for over 300 days. So up to some of them more than 900 days. So they were reallocated and all eliminated to provide for new positions requests from the various departments. On the revenues, short-term vacation rentals, these are taxed at the same rates as hotels. We have a 6% transient rental rate for periods of less than 30 consecutive days, and a $4 per night charge per room on these rentals. On the public utility tax, the overall tax rate is 7.1%, 4.5% in public utility tax rate, with an additional 2.6% in city sales tax rate on utility services. At the last meeting, Councilmember Cunningham asked about the Pima County sewer charges. The tax is not applied to Pima County sewer charges because the wastewater removal services are not considered a utility service under the city code. So in essence, we have provided most of the responses to most of the questions posed at the table at our last study session.
Yes, so my only thing is,
Councilmember Cunningham? Go for it.
on the short-term vacation rental piece, is that the 12.05 plus $4 for every rental, or is it 12.05% plus $4 for each specific bed listed?
How does the per capita apply to the short-term?
Short-term rentals.
We're going to have to get back
Okay,
to consecutive days.
we would have, okay, do we have that information?
Can you, Councilmember Cunningham, can you restate the question? I'm sorry.
I need some clarification on the short-term rentals. That's the Airbnb and VRBOs. I'm under the impression that for the hotel tax, we charge 12.05% plus $4. On the short-term VRBOs, I was actually under the impression that we charge 12.05% plus $2 per bedroom listed. But you just told me that we're charging $12 plus 12.05% plus $4. If that is correct, that's fine. I just need to know if that's actually what we're doing. Or
We said 6%.
12.05 also includes the 5.5% of the state's portion that they charge and the 0.55%. We have to be talking in consistency with our competitors.
Okay.
So do we charge $4 per VRBO, or do we charge $2 per bed per VRBO, or do we charge $4 per bed per VRBO on the short-term rentals?
Yes, we do. From the information we received from our taxpayer assistance office, we charge 6% on transient rental tax plus a $4 per night charge on room rentals.
Are you asking whether it's
Is it $4 per room or $4 per house?
If it's a 3-bedroom house that is being rented, is it $4 per room?
That we will have to research and
Okay.
get back to you.
All right. So we don't have an answer. So we'll have to make sure that we get that
I
information.
wasn't as clear as I needed to be when I asked the question 2 weeks ago.
Any other questions, Councilmember Cunningham? On this item? Okay. Angel, were you done with your presentation?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am, Mayor.
All righty. Go ahead, Anna.
So our memorandum also includes the listing in Exhibit 1 that are all of the supplemental requests that were received both those that were approved and incorporated into the recommended budget and those requests that were not approved. Of the $112 million requested, there are a total of $71.4 million in requests that were not approved, obviously for lack of funds, just couldn't be incorporated into the spending plan for the city. So you've got a number of pages of the details of those requests, and we can answer questions that you might have about those. The memorandum also gives you a brief update on where we are with the compensation plan items. On April 8th, the HR director presented the recommended compensation plan, and a number of activities have been underway regarding the many details of the plan. There is a formal process where employees can file disputes to the compensation plan, and the mayor holds a hearing to hear those disputes. We've received a total of 93 formal disputes, and at the May 20th study session, you will have a separate session to go over the comp plan, separate from our budget conversation, and you will receive information about the nature of the disputes and the Human Resource Director's recommendation on how those disputes can be resolved. Regarding in-range pay placement, phase 1 of the compensation plan, we have been working and communicating with directors and employees, answering questions about phase 1. We've made some modifications to the approach, and we'll be communicating with employees later this week, early next week, on how we will be proceeding with those adjustments, as well as the city manager during Team Focus with Tim will be having that communication as well. So all city employees could tune in and listen to more about phase 1. In phase 2, the second round of pay placement, all employees, all non-commissioned employees will see a review of their information for consideration of in-range pay placement. In the memorandum, we've updated you on the timeline for those activities. We intend to start data entry training for employees this August, and intend to have the system opened up for actual data entry for employees in September. Regarding water department skill-based pay, we've had progress on that item, and we will have the full updated recommendation for you at our meeting on May 20th as well. Regarding market study work, in addition to the market studies that were described in the comp plan, we've also embarked on a market study for police and fire command staff, which we expect to have completed at the end of June. And just a reminder that any of those market adjustments that were recommended in the comp plan are intended to take effect in early October. We've also used this memorandum and opportunity to give you an update on our strategic budget analysis. This is the 4th year in a row that the city and departments have embarked on this process. Our strategic budget analysis is a structured approach for evaluating how city departments are allocating their resources and the resulting impact that has on the Tucson community. Through a comprehensive review of different components of budgets and budget requests, the strategic budget analysis process allows our leaders and departments to identify where funding effectively supports accessible and efficient resource distribution among our operations. So there's a scoring framework in this analysis. Departments are evaluated across 5 key areas on a 0 to 2 scale, and the scores offer a snapshot of how community impact is integrated into department budgets and their service delivery. Departments with higher scores typically demonstrate strong strategies for data-informed decision-making and active community engagement efforts. Enhancing accountability and people-centered resource allocation is essential to advancing the community impact of the operations that we fund and the services that we deliver to Tucsonans. The 5 areas that are assessed in this analysis are the particular services that each department delivers. They are also assessed on their data collection and data use in making data informed decisions about resources. They're assessed on their engagement with their customers, whether that's public or internally. They're assessed on accessibility and accountability to the public. And so what comes out of the analysis are individual department scores. And if you know the city departments, you can recognize all of our abbreviations for the departments in the chart, starting with DTM as the highest scoring department and down to General Services Department. Final scores are determined by summing department scores across each section, each of those areas of assessment, providing a holistic measure of how service impact is defined within each department's budget and service delivery area. This is a lot of details and information. The mayor and council offices and departments are going to be receiving more detailed briefings from staff in the coming weeks on this budget analysis. And lastly, within the materials this week is a report, Exhibit 3, the Community Budget Engagement Dashboard Report. We wanted to come back and let mayor and council know how we're delivering the information and the results of what we gathered in the Community Budget Engagement Survey. So what we have offered up this year is an exciting tool. It's an entire dashboard that community members can use to access the details of the responses that were received. And they can use the dashboard to do some of their own analysis and drilling down into the results of the survey. We found out a lot of information. If you recall, we had 5 specific questions asked to the community along the lines of prioritization of city services, possible future revenue sources, areas that we could change within resource allocation, and then just a general comments or feedback section. And so, for instance, within the prioritization of city services offered, our first question, there are a number of ways that you can analyze the information, and the dashboard tool puts that all at your fingertips. I think if you look within the pages of Exhibit 3, we talk about the methods that are used and the different ways that you can analyze the information. For question 1, as I was saying, the results that came back showed that for the prioritization of city services, top 5 priorities were affordable housing. It received the highest priority overall with the strongest cumulative support for those options, followed by homelessness support, hiring more officers, hiring more firefighters, and providing more shade and trees. And again, within that question, I think there were a total of 15 or more options for prioritization, and you can see how all of that played out. It can get kind of complicated because we ask people to rank their choices so that you can deliver the information in a number of different ways. The tool helps you get at that. We really think that this tool is a vast improvement in transparency, allowing people to not just take and read our analysis and summary of the community's responses in Exhibit 3, but really drill into the information and actually download. They can download the individual responses themselves if they would like to do that. So with that, Mayor, that's the end of the details presentation. And the last slide is always the budget calendar. We've just got a couple more activities related to budget. May 20th, tentative budget adoption, and June 3rd, final budget adoption. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions, comments? Remember that this particular study session is an opportunity for us to give feedback, ask questions, because the next meeting, we will pretty much establish the capacity of our budget. So this is, speak now so that we can give the input feedback to the city manager, and there's still time to move around, change around things. So who wants to start? Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Cunningham, and then we'll go with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Tim, and all the department heads amazing amount of work and analysis has been done, and I appreciate all of that. And thank you, Tim. Everyone here knows that I'm a huge supporter of the PEEPS program, and it would make me very sad if the city's connection to it is severed at this point in time. In an ideal world, the state would be supporting this key educational program that launches young people and their families into new generational knowledge and better quality of life. I've been to several of the operations. Some are in Ward 3, some are in Ward 5 that are city funded. And the teachers and the staff are doing amazing work for these kids. So I asked City Manager Tamir if he could find a way to finagle that. And he came up with a possible proposal, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to consider it. And he said this would be the time to do the vote, so it's easier on our staff, but also we won't be lobbied, because you've seen many people contact us supporting this groundbreaking program. There is a supplement, Critical Needs Thrive Investment, and that's doing our Thrive areas and our Viva program of $1.1 million this year, and it's projected to be a continuing item. I'm proposing that we fund PEEPS one time and put the county give the county some time to find a way to continue it at the way it should be continued, just one time. So correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, but we can take some money out of that, just postponing some of the investments that don't have to happen in the next fiscal year, but could be bring in an extra year. And I think you told me 300 to 400 could be found as a trade-off. The rest of the money could come from the use of one-time dollars. So that makes sense to me. So I would have a motion. I move to program, and correct me if I have the wording wrong, Tim. Move to program $375 million with.
Not million. That's a no.
I was trying to slip that in.
I caught it.
307. I shouldn't have said. Correct me if I'm wrong. 375,000 in the supplement titled Critical Needs Thrive Investments, and 375,000 use of one-time dollars to make this year a full-time allocation to PEEPS, 1 year only for fiscal year 2026. That's a motion.
Motion? Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Cunningham and Councilwoman Lee.
So, a couple things. One is that everybody's facing different budget crises. And the other piece is that I don't think we can keep this commitment up with the grant dollars coming out. That Thrive money is specific to the city. And we just had in recent weeks, we've had discussions about how people sometimes move the goalposts in funding. And to take a program that we cut at $750,000 a year to zero in 1 year time, I actually do agree that that's probably not the best move. But we have to make it clear we can't continue to fund this. The other thing is that we have a significant challenge to our general fund over the next year. So what I wanted to do was offer a substitute motion to use the one-time money as described and fund PEEPS for $375,000, half this year, and let them know that we can't fund it again. But at least we do not leave them high and dry. So that's my substitute motion.
So there is a substitute motion. Is there a second to the substitute? Motion dies for lack of a second. Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. So just to zoom out a little bit, when CARES Act dollars came in and ARPA funding came in, jurisdictions across the country, state and local government, created programs like PEEPS, which was created by Pima County in 2021, to get critical funds out into the community. And we did the same thing. The challenge that Councilmember Cunningham just alluded to, and Councilmember Dahl as well, is that the funds are gone, and we've known when this was going to happen. And
In some cases, the programs were not reevaluated to find out what's sustainable to be able to fund without the support of the state and federal government. And this is one of those examples where a very well-intentioned, really critical service for residents is up for consideration. And I just want to say, as a mom of 4 kids, I know how important early childhood education is and how critical it is that kids get to kindergarten, they can read, and how that sets them off for the rest of their lives. So my comments today are not whether or not early childhood education is a worthy investment, because it absolutely is. My argument today is just purely about our responsibilities as a city government and what we are uniquely positioned to deliver, and us alone are tasked to deliver this. So when, just the overarching way that I'm approaching anything that comes to this table outside of what is in the proposed budget is what we say yes to, we have to say no to something else. And so for this example, I'm not willing to say no to critical investments in violence interruption and work in the Thrive Zone. And I also don't think that $375,000 out of unallocated funding is a wise move right now, because we're going to need that funding. We know what direction that we're heading in. And I just want to speak a little bit about a couple of the things in the $71 million of supplemental requests that came from our employees that they say they need to do their job within here. And these are the things that we're saying no to. Parks and Rec needed $400,000 for custodial services to keep our parks clean, and we said no to $300,000 of that request. Fire needed $100,000 worth of uniforms, and we're saying no to that request. Public Safety Communications wanted to do employee recognition programs to help with retention. We're saying no to that. But one of the more important programs that we're saying no to, which is why I can't justify putting money into Pima County's PEEPS program, is Public Safety Communications. 911 is wanting to do a $400,000 pilot to spin up our capability to do remote call taking. And that is critical life-saving work that we're talking about doing. How do we spin up additional call takers when we have surge calls? And how do we have an additional redundancy in our system so that if something happens and we need to spin up additional call-taking capacity for life-saving calls, when we're moving to a backup site or whatever the situation is, we have those capabilities. And so for me, whatever comes to the table, it's going to have to be a damn good argument as to why something is more important than that for me to get behind it. So those are just some of my comments right now. I do want to remind my colleagues that we have unallocated ARPA funding for each of our offices right now that we are able to use for pilots that we feel compelled to support. So for me, those are the reasons why I cannot get behind either of the motions today.
Councilmember Dahl, I absolutely 1,000% agree. That investing in PEEPS is a smart investment. And one of the reasons that I, as the mayor, led in putting some of those CARE funds and ARPA funds into PEEPS is because we had that money and the need was absolutely great, and there was no dedicated funding source for PEEPS at the time that was created by the county. County Administrator Lesher sent a very comprehensive memo, I think it was yesterday, where she explains that the residents of the city of Tucson contribute about, if I'm correct, 39% of the library taxes that are now the funding source for PEEPS. Our city residents contribute to the program already. We really do. And the county, and I congratulate the county for their work in finding a dedicated funding source for such a valuable program. They invest approximately $11 million in the program, and because it has a dedicated funding source, they do not have to tap into their general fund. And so I absolutely get, I wish, to be honest with you, I wish we didn't have to pay $1.7 million more in jail boarding taxes and give it to PEEPS instead. I would much rather use that $1.7 million that we're paying to the county in additional jail boarding costs to PEEPS. But we don't have that choice. The county is expecting that additional $1.7 million to pay for jail costs. I wish we had as much money as we possibly could to fund the evidence-based approaches to prosperity in our community and to violence intervention and prevention. But that's not the reality that we're living in. And very appropriately, County Administrator Lesher said that PEEPS has a sustainable and appropriate funding source. That is not from their general fund. And so as much as I support the concept of PEEPS, it is being funded and it has a funding source. And according to the county administrator, it is sustainable and appropriate. And so I too look at the needs, right? I look at the need. Earlier in my introduction of the budget, I talked about how the city and the county both passed the Prosperity Initiative, and that we should work together to complement our services. Just like the county provides PEEPS, the city of Tucson provides KidCo. KidCo costs the city of Tucson $2.4 million from our general fund. And it is the continuation of PEEPS, right? It's PEEPS, and then after-school programming for children ages 5 to 12, or I think it's up to 14, to be able to have people go to work. And then there's Youth Employment Program, which, by the way, we also funded with ARPA funds when we had those federal funds to be able to put into budgeting that we believe in. And so as much as I believe in PEEPS, it has a sustainable and appropriate funding source. I look at the needs that we have and also look at what the city of Tucson funds that don't have any other funding sources. I look at the cancellation of Department of Justice grants that fund violence intervention programs like VIVA. And I know the evidence is there with VIVA. We know that VIVA sites enjoy 80% of crime reduction and gun violence reduction. That has no other funding source than our general fund. And the Department of Justice is removing funds from cities like Tucson to be able to continue with successful evidence-based programs like this. Our Housing First program doesn't have a dedicated funding source except for our general fund. Our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program doesn't have any additional funding sources except for our general fund. Those programs are showing us evidence that they are working, but yet they don't have a sustainable and appropriate funding source like PEEPS enjoys. And so we are heading into very difficult times, my friends, and the public should understand that a $27 million hole is a difficult budget choice that we have to make. So that's where I stand. Me saying no to continuing to provide $750,000 to PEEPS does not mean that I don't believe in it. It just means that we can't afford it right now. When we have such important investments like KidCo, like Housing First, like Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, like Viva sites that we need to use our general funds to provide. And I hate to say this, but Proposition 414 had $1 million attached to PEEPS for the next 10 years. That would have meant a $10 million investment, but the voters said no. And so we've got to live within our means and really partner with Pima County and ask each other as a county and a city partner, how can we complement each other's budgets to make sure that we're providing the necessary investments that our mutual residents deserve. So I will be a no. Any others? Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. I really believe that everybody who's presented has presented really important and valid points. The thing that causes me hesitation is the funding source issue. And I don't know if I saw the memo from the administrator. Forgive me if that was shared with mayor and council. I didn't see it come across, but I would appreciate seeing a copy of that, Mayor. I did want to ask, but it sounds like it's addressed in the memo, about the funding source, the dedicated funding source, which is the library district, which all residents of Pima County contribute to. Now, having said that, one thing that I discussed yesterday with the city manager, and that I think will come up as we talk about different types of investments in this budget, is that it seems quite likely we're entering into a downturn. And some of the incentives built into our budget or investments, and this might be the case with the $05 that you're alluding to, Kevin, they may be targeted toward construction and inspiring investment, which is going to be really tough to make happen with fractions on the dollar through our incentives during an economic downturn. If it makes more sense during a downturn, which probably it does, to invest in our human infrastructure, whether it's childcare or other things that take the pressure off residents or small businesses, that would make sense to me. So what I'm hearing is that PEEPS is funded by the county through the library district, and therefore, which is wonderful because it's such a critical investment, we do have the opportunity to hold on to those 05 targeted resources or other targeted resources toward just the host of critical needs that Councilmember Lee noted and that we're all aware of. So as hard as it is, I do think I'm just heartened to hear that it's funded through the county's efforts.
Councilmember Ulick, the county administrator sent a memo to the chair and members of the Pima County Board of Supervisors yesterday, and I was copied with this information, but it actually reads, and I can provide copies to my colleagues. The library district tax was increased by 1 cent. The library has also been carrying a fund balance from year to year. As with other special taxing districts, fund balances go up and down depending on annual needs for operating and capital costs. Looking into the future, the library district is a sustainable and appropriate source of funding for PEEPS. So Pima County Board of Supervisors are using that extra cent of library tax to carry and sustain PEEPS. Councilmember Dahl and then Vice Mayor.
My understanding, though, is that that didn't include the full amount. They were expecting the city to put in our share for the full, and without our share, 90 families won't get the service.
I just want to remind everybody that City of Tucson residents are Pima County residents as well and pay into the library tax. And I believe that Administrator Lesher says that the city taxpayers pay 39% of library property taxes. So, Vice Mayor?
I guess where I'm at right now, and I think you, Mayor, have made, valid points as far as everybody else on the council. I am just kind of curious why we're voting on this decision right now. Because I would be curious if we saw the impact to the county. Like, I know Councilmember Dahl is worried about, 90 families that probably a lot of them live in his ward. And he's kind of taking from other programming in his ward to try to reallocate it towards this specific one. If we need more information from the county, are they able to continue serving these families, or can we lessen how much we contribute this year, knowing that the following year we won't? I think we still have too many questions to vote on that right now. And
I'll have the city manager answer.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, one of the benefits of having this decision today is it puts us on the trajectory for tentative budget adoption at your very next meeting and followed by final budget adoption on June 3rd. So it's not a hard requirement that you would have to make final decision-making today. You, of course, have those 2 more meetings where additional changes could be made. It would be a helpful thing to know the outcome of this.
Councilmember Ulick?
Do we know with the library district the timing of their decisions there? Because I know they're also setting their property tax rates. Could they levy a 1.1 cent? I mean, it's a pretty modest adjustment in order to fund what has clearly been a priority. So I'm just curious about, sometimes I wish we could sit at the same table and look at both of our budgets because they're so integrally related. But do you know, Tim?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I do not know their mechanisms by which they can address their property tax. However, the memo, or the library tax, the memo that the mayor was referring to was sent to the Board of Supervisors for decision-making today. So we're not at the same table, but we're at tables at the same time on this issue. To put it into context, the $750,000 represents about 6% of the funding for the program. That is directly toward families in Tucson, on top of the other families in Tucson that are supported by the countywide tax. But the clear answer is I don't know when or how or if they could change that library tax. What I do know is we did strive to preserve the funding for the city's long-term KidCo program that was in the mix early on for decision-making, and we've preserved the full funding of it, to which the county is not a contributor. So it's not unusual at all to have programs entirely funded by one organization or the other. Thank you, Mayor.
I thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Tamir, because as you all know, since I joined the council back in November 2007, I've been a huge advocate of KidCo and what KidCo means to working families in the city of Tucson and even outside of the city of Tucson, because we provide KidCo services to Pima County residents. They have to pay a little more, but Pima County families can enjoy KidCo as well. We subsidize that program to the tune of $2 million or more so that it can exist as a resource for working families. I'm not willing to cut $750,000 from other uses that perhaps Pima County is not helping us fund in order to add more to a program that already receives library funds. And I do it with my heart in pain, because I absolutely believe in PEEPS, but we are going to have to as a city and as a community, we're going to have to make some very painful calls within the next few years, especially with the Trump administration gunning after community development block grants and home funds and housing urban development funds and removing vouchers for housing, removing funds for unsheltered homelessness, removing funds and canceling funds. I mean, the worst is yet to come. And we really need to, Councilmember Ulick, you make a great point. We should be sitting together in a table saying, okay, what are the responsibilities that Pima County has? And what are the responsibilities that the city of Tucson needs to provide? Because we really are different governments. As I said earlier, Pima County has the library tax. Pima County has property taxes. And the difference between Pima County and the city of Tucson is that Pima County, as a matter of fact, today, Pima County is going to consider additional funds for property taxes. In other words, the county administrator is presenting a budget that asks for to move the rate of property taxes up. And so that alleviates some of the pain that the Board of Supervisors and county residents have to face. We don't have that ability for property taxes. We asked the voters for 414 to supplement these needs, and they said no. They just said no. And so we cannot afford it. And at least Pima County and the Board of Supervisors can say, you know what, we're going to charge a little bit more for property taxes so that we don't have to cut as much. And we can provide the services that we can provide. We don't have that luxury. And so, I just, again, I would wish that Pima County would put $750,000 of that additional property taxes that they're going to charge to supplement the $750,000 that unfortunately the City of Tucson General Fund cannot afford to spend. So there's a motion and a second. I think we should go to roll call.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilmember Ulick? No. Councilmember Lee?
No.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Nay.
Councilmember Cunningham? Mayor Romero?
No. Motion does not pass. Any other comments or questions about the budget that we have in front of us? Vice Mayor, I think you had your hand up. Vice Mayor and then Cunningham? Or was it the other way around? Okay, Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Cunningham.
All right. In the documents that were shared with us, I noticed that there were 36 positions reduced due to extended vacancies. There was 3 in housing service agent roles. Could you clarify what responsibilities those positions carry and what factors you believe contributed to those ongoing vacancies?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Vice Mayor, I'm going to ask Department Director Ann Chinekita to address that if she can, and if not, I'll give some additional commentary.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of the council. So you're asking about the housing services agents. Those are 3 positions that had been in the Housing First program when we had a previous grant. Given we don't have grant funding to continue, we were okay with losing those positions at this time.
Okay. I saw in the slides our strategic budget analysis tool, and it feels a little funky to not connect that to the Office of Equity and talk about why we have that to begin with. So I'm curious why we're talking about this strategic budget tool and not acknowledging the Office of Equity or just the work that we've been building out from that. So that's just, one comment. Also, I know it's been important to look at how each department is taking equity into as part of their framework as they're putting their budgets together. I think what we're still lacking is a more holistic view of like the city across the board and where we're ranking on that front. So we're seeing it by department, but we're not seeing the city as a whole. So would appreciate being able to have some of that feedback as well. I know that we, again, are living under a presidency that has made the term equity a bad word to use. And I know we just, had a motion following our executive session to talk about not allowing ourselves to be, bullied into the current administration's policy ideologies of what they think our city should and shouldn't be doing. So I just want to bring that up. Just curious, City Manager, why we weren't kind of connecting the pieces and kind of just sliding in strategic budget analysis and no longer talking about it as our equity budget analysis.
Honorable Mayor, members of the Council, Vice Mayor, this is going to be an evolving topic over the next 3 years of how we, what words we use, what work we do, and how we describe it. When we talked about, and yes, that analysis is done by the Chief Equity Officer and our Office of Equity and their data managers and their data strategists. And as we talk about the value of the work that they do, one of the things we did land on as a team was that talking about it as a strategic budget analysis actually captures the strategic nature of the fact that we're trying to look at that the investments we're making are benefiting the populations that need it most. We thought it was a bit of a broadening of the language and something that we are wrestling with on a daily basis about how do we continue to be who we are, have the values we are, and do the work that we do in ways that are going to be sustainable in the long term.
Yeah, I just think it's erasing, the lineage for that term, and I think it's always been about strategy, and we were just keeping in line with how other cities were talking about that, and that was using equity. And I think right now we're just being reactive to the moment and trying to, be like, now we're just being strategic when that was the strategy from the beginning.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, if I may, this has been also a topic of discussion amongst city managers over the last year. I wasn't raised as a city manager, but I engage with them now. They all get fired about a week later. But for the most part, most cities are actually going through this similar journey of how to, whether it's rebrand, reshape, refocus their efforts in this space. This is the common practice right now, is trying to navigate it in that way.
Yeah, I think we're trying to fall into compliance ahead of time and, kind of falling in line, and that's what they want us to do. So I'm going to continue to push back on that because I think this is a moment where we got to stand on why we moved in that direction to begin with and not try to smoke screen our way through it. Moving on to the community budget engagement survey results, I'm curious who came up with the questions and why were they decided? Like I had mentioned this before, that the language or the framing of the questions and even some of the examples were very skewed. So I'm curious what methodology we use to even come up with the questions and then the options for ranking.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, that was largely driven by staff work on the heels of the voter response on Prop 414. which was where most of our community engagement had been up until March 11th. So we came up with 5 questions, and we only had time to vet that with a few folks before we launched it, and so that responsibility lies with myself.
So, because I'm also curious, and coming from academia, when you're putting research questions together, you have to have, I guess, I mean, I don't think science is neutral either, but have a more scientific approach for how you put questions together, and that wasn't how these questions read to me. It did just read as like, we're gonna put what was in Prop 414 as questions back to the public. So I'm not sure that this data is actually helpful to us in our decision-making around the budget. And then for folks being able to take the survey and be unregistered, so we don't even know if they live in the city, is also not helpful information for us. So I don't feel like the information being presented to us helps us capture anything helpful at this moment. That's it.
Councilmember Cunningham?
A few things. Number one, I want to talk about the hotel tax. I'm under the impression that we have a $1 increase built in right now.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's not correct. We have a $6.6 million additional revenue line item. How those revenues are generated is not decided nor based on any particular outcome on any of the revenue pieces. But I just, since you're talking about the hotel, we do have the answer to your question earlier.
Good, that's going to help in my next question.
Okay, would you like, why don't we give that to you so that you're ready?
Yes.
Angel?
And Mayor to,
Jill, can you speak right into the phone, please?
sorry.
Into the mic?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, the tax, the $4 tax on VRBOs, Airbnbs are per unit.
Okay, good. That's good. That's actually really good.
No, per unit.
It's overall. So this is the thought, and I think we're onto something here. Why don't we look, for the first $100, our hotel room tax is high enough. It is. It's in the top probably 4% of the state. But our 12.05% is actually pretty good. And at $200, where if you purchase a hotel room in the city of Tucson for $200 or more, your tax is actually lower than Oro Valley and Marana and very competitive. And so we have this kind of conundrum where if we lower the percentage, we risk losing revenue. And if we raise the percentage, we risk not being competitive. My thought is this. We can either do it 2 ways. We can have a tipping point at like $200 and have it be 12.05 plus 4 and then transition to a percentage at $200 of like 14.25, which would still be lower than our competitors, but it would actually increase revenues. Or we could just make short-term rentals 14.5 because most of our short-term rentals are bigger units that already charge over $100. So it would make sense, and we'd probably get. I'd like to task staff to some degree to take a look at those scenarios and see which can yield revenue without sticking it to some of our hotel operators within the city limits who cater to folks in medium-level incomes that come here. And I really don't want to change what we already have there, but I definitely think it's worth checking out as a revenue source that could yield us, I think, based on our preliminary estimations in our office, between $500,000 and $750,000. And I don't think it would sting that much. I actually think the short-term rental move is the better way to go. And as a person who helps operate a short-term rental, I have no problem with that. All right?
So let me.
Do I need to make that as a motion?
Let me just check in over here on the other side of the table. Did you understand that? And would that make any mathematical sense in terms of adding to the revenue sources that you indicate we could tap into? And would it be too late this particular fiscal year to work on something like this, or would you want to take it into the next fiscal year? I have a lot of questions about what was stated.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, it's not too late for us to start doing this analysis. And just as a reminder, on June 17th at the study session, you have 2 items coming back to you related to revenues. One is related to transit fares, and the other is related to the Vice Mayor's motion that included a number of potential revenue sources, which included hotel and motel type charges. So first of all, we did understand the question. We'll run the tape if we need to, but we can do that analysis and find out and help that inform that discussion about hotel, motel, VRBO, et cetera. Just note that all of those have restrictions on what we can do and restrictions on what we can do with the money, depending on how we charge that charge. We will be able to provide that information to you in advance of the 17th.
I can assure you that my math is mathing on this. All right. Second one is the Fort Lowell Museum. We have to keep that open. If I need to dedicate some unaccounted for ARPA money, I will. But we worked really hard over the past 4 years to get that place back open, and we can't close it right now. So what we can do, because part of the park is under construction, there may be some time to delay reopen or time for a partial closure of something of that nature. But for the most part, getting the Fort Lowell Museum reopened and the Atkins property actually activated where people could do tours was something that was really important to the whole city, especially to the folks who worked so hard in all those years to get Fort Lowell to the point where it is. The next one is we have a proposal that we're going to sell some real estate, some of our housing units. Some of them are connected to the PHA and some of them are connected to the general fund. What I'd suggest is for the general fund ones, we go to auction and we do it very conventionally, where we actually go through either the county process where it's done on the court steps, and we set a reserve because we have the luxury to do that because we're not being foreclosed on. And that way we can protect ourselves and maximize some of that money, and that can go back into HCD, especially in some of the programs that we're being forced to cut. My next one is I want to discuss at some point, we should probably take a look at some of our athletic field user fees over the next year. We're charging less than the rest of the state, and those who are close to youth sports know that there are a lot of for-profit organizations moving in on the nonprofit organizations. And they are also not for-profit organizations subleasing under our nonprofits. So we have a Little League blanket leased, but there's a coach of a club team who's also a coach of a Little League team who leases under the Little League lease, even though he's charging extra money for the kids to play. So we need to take a look at how we do user fees as a coach. I'm not trying to throw shade on all the coaches out there and all you. I mean, I've sat at this table for 15 years. Anybody who questions my commitment and love of youth athletics, I would be speechless that you'd actually think that. But in this case, we really need to take a look at how we do those fees, and I'd really like to. Finally, I'd like to take a look at our construction sales tax. I think there's some statutory limitations because it's related to our actual sales tax. So I think we're limited on what we can do. But if we can trade construction sales tax, find a way, a legal way where we can trade construction sales tax for lower impact fees, at least a little bit, a smidge, to increase and bolster general fund or create some type of asset management fund, we'll be in a much better place. I mean, I don't think it makes any difference to the builder how much they pay in impact, whether it's impact fees or construction sales tax. But if a portion of our impact fees could go into an asset management fund instead of just into CIP, that would definitely help us long term. So if there's a way to do that, it may require like a ballot measure. And if it does, it does. but it's worthy of discussion so that we're never in this place. Finally, I was talking to Mr. Credio. I'm under the understanding there's like 2 or 3 different versions. Do we have any type of timetable on about when we'd hear a discussion on fare reinstatement, on bus fare reinstatement?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's at the June 17th study session.
But we'd still have to, so that's the next step. The next step is discuss it, and then we'd need time for public outreach, right? If we decided to move forward.
There would be a ramp-up time from the time you make a decision to when the fares would be implemented, correct?
Okay, thank you. All right, that brings me to the line items, some of the stuff that I looked at. And first of all, before I do this, I just want to tell everyone that this is a magnificent job as far as the overall budget we've put in. I think that, you know, when you get side street driving and armchair quarterbacking from this side of the table, please understand that some of this is our first look at it, and we do our best to try to come up with constructive discussions. No one's questioning anybody's intent here. It's just that it's our job to try to do our best for the people that voted us in to find different ideas that may help us out, all right? So the first one is the $570,000 for the elevator. Is that because we have to replace the elevator for ADA compliance, or is that because the elevator is falling apart and may kill somebody? Give me the story on the elevator, because we got an estimate for our elevator at Ward 2 for like $400,000, and we actually literally Googled AAA elevator repair Arizona. The guy drove down and fixed it for like $6,000. So I'm really just trying to understand why it's costing $570,000 for just 2 elevators when we could buy a building for $570,000.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the City Hall replacement elevators have been on the books for a few years now. This is informed by a design and actually a bidded cost now, and that does include generally a full replacement of both.
So it includes the cars, not just fixing the elevators. It includes new cars and new systems.
Honorable Mayor, generally, yes, it's a full rebuild.
Is our elevator in danger of failing?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council,
I'm serious, because if this is a critical need, then let's spend the money, but I just want to be sure.
I just want to show of hands of people that have gotten stuck in the elevator. I'm just saying, it's scary. It's scary.
So it's a critical need.
It's
Honorable
security.
Mayor, members of the council, that is a critical need.
So my next question would be, is there a way we can, and I'm just asking, is there a way that we can use partial impact fees for this project because it is an expansion of service, technically, especially if we expand the size of the elevator and allow people to use it? And I'm look, this is what's important to me. Come on.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I don't see how it would be a qualifying impact fee project, but we're happy to look at that and report back with a definitive answer.
All right, next one is, I think that's a great job displacing partially to graffiti abatement into ES. We're spending the $100,000 on general fund just to be sure that we have some supervision on the general fund side. Is that correct? Or is it that Enviro couldn't, ES couldn't absorb the total costs? I mean,
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, if you recall, up until right now, environmental and general services were a merged department. So there were some functions that crossed both the ES fund and the the general fund in the form of general services. With this particular one, the program being housed where it is, but being funded out of the general fund is the appropriate distribution. The right work is in the right hands, but the right funding source is currently from the general fund.
that's fine. The next one was the $2.19 million into Tucson House. We're spending a lot of money on that project already, and I really want to, is there a way we can take a look at some of the funding sources that we're already using for Tucson House and take that and save that from the general fund? I mean, that's $2.2 million that we have, and that is a project that now is about $357,000 a door or something like that. Or all I know is that we're rehabbing a building. We are doing everything right. We're doing it up to our Code 34 things, and that's why it costs a little more than private projects, and I'm fine with that. But the bottom line is that we shouldn't have to sacrifice $2.2 million in what is like a $100 million project of general fund. So I want to know if we can explore some avenues to get some cost avoidance there.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, two-part answer to that question. One is I think it'd be of value for Antoinette and her team to go through and give you the full accounting of how that Tucson House project is being funded as part of the choice neighborhoods. And it includes, the federal funding we've got, the private equity, the housing tax credits, historical credits, all that. We do challenge that on a regular basis to minimize the amount of general fund that does require. We've not gotten it to zero, but we've gotten it much lower than it has been in the past. So I think it's worth us giving you a briefing on the details of that so you can see all that. And we are constantly looking for creative ways to lessen the impact on the general fund, including, to a large extent, trying to have the general fund money be the last money into the project, and then not to get ahead of what a potential solution could be, because we basically every dollar spoken for, it's just the chemistry changes as conditions change. But we've also looked at, is there a way that future rent revenues could be in some way coming back to the city? But I'm going to defer to Ann's team to go through that with you.
And that's fine, but I'd like to challenge the team right now to try to find $1 million of general fund savings out of that 2.1. I don't really think we should be putting that much general fund into this project. All right, my next one was, so this is a three-parter. We've got $729,000 for Texas Instruments. We've got, where's county attorney? Sorry, Mike. City attorney. We've got the Lexus. We've got Justice Nexus for 1.5. Then we've got another 1.4 for software licensure. So now I'm at 3.7 million in software licensure, and then I'm at another. Where is it? And then I'm at another. And then I'm at another. I'm at another million in replacing PCs. One, I'd rather do the PC replacement in critical needs. And two is that we've got 3 different agencies renewing software. And so that's a lot of different software to renew. And I don't like that it's across 3 different departments. We're about to pay $3.7 million in software if you include, well, I don't even know what Texas Instruments is necessarily. So the bottom line is that I'm assuming it's software or some type of computers. But the point is that that's $3.7 million, and I'm wondering why it's parceled out. And the other thing that I'm wondering is, how can we find some savings in some of that? Because that seems like quite a bit, especially the PC replacement. We can absorb that into critical needs of other departments. I don't think we need to go out and purchase all those PCs this year.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, regarding the PCs, that's to begin to get us to close to a 5-year replacement cycle on PCs, which we are greater than 5 years on our replacement cycle. So and that's actually half the funding that was requested. So we just have a ton of PCs. I agree that we need to challenge every PC that we buy and make sure that we reduce the number of multiple devices that people hold. On the software side, we used to budget in the departments on the software side. We found we do find efficiency by budgeting it within IT. It might be multiple line items, but it's generally speaking within IT. The initial investment might come from a department, but then the ongoing software licensure should come through IT. And I'm going to end with, we're about to make an offer, I believe, for a person to go in and just mine money out of software costs and reduce our costs. So you'll note in the budget, there's another line item that might be in your 3.7 million is there was a request for 1.94 million of additional ongoing annual software licensure that we only approved at 1.44 million
That's what I'm talking about.
because we're going to hire a person to find that 500,000. So there's a cost to doing that, but we're budgeting assume they can find 500,000, and then their task moving forward will be find more money.
So we have here's the,
Member Cunningham, I want to remind us that the special meeting starts at 3. It's 15 minutes till 3, and we still have agenda items to go through, including
more.
including your house item that
Last
I
one.
want to make sure we get to.
okay, Bass Pro Shops. Why are we spending $280,000 on Bass Pro Shops?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's an example of one of the many incentives that we provide to new businesses, and those get budgeted in as they occur.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there's some stuff we can do. I think there's some edges we can trim to get to where we want to get, especially in that 6 million, at least in some cost avoidance. Thank you.
My only question is, how are we going to cure the 93 formal disputes that were filed with the compensation plan? Because that was a high amount of disputes. How are we fixing those?
So the Human Resources Director will have a full report for you at the next study session on how she's suggesting that those will be remedied. And it will, if you think about years past, those disputes come in many different forms. Some employees file disputes that are actual appropriate and allowable disputes to the compensation plan, and some of the nature of the disputes aren't actually disputable items. So we'll have all of that arranged and reported back to you with suggested remedies to the disputes. And the Human Resources Department has been working with folks in the City Attorney's Office to formulate those responses.
Thank you so much, Anna. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to additional conversation. The next decision point that we have is basically to approve the cap of the budget, but the conversation can still happen in terms of the details, right?
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, that's correct. On the 20th in the evening is when you'd have tentative budget adoption, which is setting the spending cap. And then on June 3rd is when you would be taking action on the full detailed budget.
So the mayor and council can still have conversation. Next decision point is cap. As long as we maintain on the cap, there could be additional conversation on the details. Yes,
That's correct,
I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time on this. And thank you to my colleagues on the council for their work. Alrighty, so we are moving on to item 4. Wait a minute. Item 6, I'm sorry. Councilmember Cunningham requested this time to discuss a new program to assist Tucson residents who have income but typically struggle to meet criteria for rental housing. Councilmember Cunningham.
I want to tell a story about Dave, and I'm making that name up because it's actually a real person, and it is someone I've met over this past year and a half, well, 2 years. So Dave, I met Dave so I go out with our homeless encounter team about twice a month, and visit homeless camps. And Dave was one of the people I visited. And Dave ended up going to shelter, and then to detox, and then to rehab, and then Dave got a job. And Dave has now been in shelter for 8 months. And Dave, it's a made-up name, but I bet you Dave's watching and appreciates you right there. But Dave is still in shelter, and the hardest part Dave's had to get out of shelter is to get a lease. Every single time Dave had to apply for a lease, $75. And then they'd see look, Dave isn't without fault. There were some times that his life was rough. So they look at his background check when he applies for a lease, and a lot of times he's just rejected summarily. One of the few leases that he was approved for was completely out of his price range. And this is not one story. It's a story of several people. The other side of this is I met with some folks that are landlords. They run multi-housing projects, and they told me about their vacancies. They told me stories of tenants damaging significantly inside their apartments, and how it could, a bad lease that goes awry where the person leaves and the eviction's never fulfilled, they lose $12,000 in 1 year on one unit. If you guys remember, if you grew up, when I grew up, you remember going and watching the Mulligan Stew video about shoplifting, and how if you shoplift, it costs everybody else. Well, if you bail on your lease, it costs everybody else. It's the same principle. So what can we do? How do we get it where we get back to the people business, where it's not just a profit thing, it's a tenant and a landlord living symbiotically, helping each other out? How do we get there? And so we came out with HAUS, the housing alternatives or housing assistance and urban strength. That's what we're calling it. And I got this idea because of Millie's Pancake House, which is on the east side. So as you can see, no lack of rental history, no poor credit, lack of affordable market housing, and difficulty in collecting all those funds you need. You need the first month, you need the last month, you need the security deposit. If you're working for $16 an hour, 30 hours a week, living in shelter, ain't easy. If you're just trying to survive, ain't easy. But you're trying, and no one's saying to you, oh, we got your back. We got you. We're saying, okay, wait until one day in the not-so-distant future, the federal government, which may cut vouchers at some point, can get you one. And then if you get the voucher, you might have to cut back on your hours, by the way, because you might make too much money. Well, that isn't what we want. So what we decided was we could work with private landlords and basically act as like a cosigner, not a real cosigner because we don't want to violate the gift clause, but we'd act as a cosigner on the lease and guarantee the landlord a payout if the lease led to eviction. At the same time, the landlord, kind of in a quid pro quo, would make the lease less prohibitive, maybe make the rent a little lower, maybe include utilities, things of that nature. And we could find a way to basically take a person that's in shelter, have them go to a class where they learn about tenant responsibility, financial literacy, and the landlord says, hey, we'll also work with this tenant and see if they can help it get right. And for 1 year, we'll set this type of program up. And we'll also agree not to jack the rent up after 1 year by we'll have a limit. So almost a quote unquote volunteer rent control. It's not rent control. That's illegal. It's a bad word, but it is a voluntary agreement between three parties: the city, the tenant, and the landlord. And what it does is it allows us to facilitate someone transitioning from homelessness to a home. So we met with members of the Tucson Metro Chamber, the Arizona Multi-Housing Association. We met with members of HCD. We met with clients of HTZ. We talked to staffers who work at different shelters. We even talked to clients, and we said to them, what would help? What can help you on this situation? And so we went through this process. We brought everybody into the table, and we tried to identify all the barriers that were involved. So the barriers for the landlords are pretty simple. They fear property damage, they fear non-payment of rent, and they fear having to go through an eviction process. And like I said earlier at the beginning, if there's enough damage done on one unit, it can jeopardize that cost efficiency in one unit. Some of those margins are pretty slim. And sometimes all we're asking is, hey, take a chance on people. The renters have the same problems. Landlords putting profit over people, really high move-in costs. They can't get through the background check or they can't get approved, and the utility costs are super high. Sometimes the unit just isn't in really good shape and the price is just too high. So what we can do, we can identify tenants who are ready to thrive in a market rate environment, eliminate that security deposit need, eliminate that need for first and last month's rent because the landlord would just basically take our cosign. So there's $0 to get this person moved in. We're just going to get them moved in. And then if the lease goes awry, yes, the city would have to come up with the $2,500 to $3,000. It would depend on the nature of the lease to make the landlord whole if there's an eviction that happens. But if the lease goes to at least 9 months, the landlord is working with that tenant, even if they do hit a rough patch, the landlord's incentive to see that lease all the way through for the 12 months. So I think that's a good piece to this. If the lease does go awry, yes, the city's on the hook for $2,500, but we're going to limit this first year to only 40 units, and we're going to only allow a landlord to do up to 10. That way, no one single landlord is getting all of the money, and the other piece is that we're only going to try this to see kind of a baseline of what we're going to do. Worst case scenario, it could cost us $100,000. We are going to allow each person who rents to automatically qualify for the low-income water program. So we'll have to create a tool within the water program if it's a master meter where the landlord will receive an increment reduction based on, so for instance, if it is a 8-unit apartment complex on a master meter, 1/8 of it would be subject to we'd create a formula and 1/8 of it would be subject to the water rate. And that will take a year. We don't have to implement that right now, but that's the idea. The other thing is they'll automatically qualify for the Cox low-income internet program, of which I think we should just pay it. So it's one less.
You're talking about wrapping around services to that.
And so those are the two things that we'll do as far as financial outset. So the minimum outlay for the city is about $4,800. And the maximum outlay for the city would be $104,800. And that's assuming every single person we sign up, like Dave, gets evicted. And I can tell you right now, Dave ain't getting evicted. And neither are most of the people like him. So this is an opportunity to put some faith in people. We've got to wordsmith it and make sure that we're legal. But my motion is to direct staff to initiate the HAUS program, come back to us with some details in the next 90 days, formalize it, and try to get the pilot going.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Ulick and then Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, and thanks, Councilmember Cunningham, because it takes a lot to think through a different approach. What I like about this approach, and I think it's compelling, and I know that HCD will help lead us through this, the concern that I mentioned earlier is that we're clearly, according to JLBC and a whole lot of sources, right? We're entering into probably a downturn, potentially, even tougher economic times. And so we have incentives to try and inspire building and investment and things that probably a lot of developers and businesses are going to tap on the brakes in terms of building additional units. Hopefully that will happen and we'll be able to do our thing. What I like about this is we're leveraging existing inventory, and we shouldn't have a vacancy rate given the housing crisis that we have. So I think it's creative. I think there are details, and I do have some follow-up questions that we can work with staff on. But I think leveraging existing inventory, if that's possible, makes a whole lot of sense, especially at the beginning of a downturn that we may be facing.
Councilwoman Lee and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo Councilmember Ulick's gratitude for the creativity. There's lots of moving pieces. I was trying to follow along. I'm definitely curious about some of the aspects of what we can and can't do from a legal standpoint. So I don't know if the city attorney wants to chime in now or not on any of those.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Lee. As with most, I think you've both now characterized it as creative or ambitious ideas, there's significant legal issues to navigate with this. In particular, and you could hear it as Councilmember Cunningham was describing the program, the notion of co-signing or guaranteeing, but not really a co-sign because that triggers some legal issues. The legal issues will also depend on the source of funding. As you all know, if it's federal funding, then it's got certain conditions that apply to it, but the gift clause doesn't apply. If it's general funds, then gift clause applies, but those federal restrictions don't. So that'll be part of the analysis that we return with, because that will inform the full scope of the legal issues that are associated with it.
And that was my other question, is how are we going to pay for it? I understand that the risk is like worst case scenario would be $100,000. And I don't believe, Tim, this is in the proposed budget that's in front of us.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have an idea on the funding source for that?
So we have some leftover ARPA in my office that I mentioned about Fort Worth Museum that I'm willing to put $20,000 into this just for the first risk. If we have to do more, we will, but in the meantime, at least we can kick the program off. That still assumes a 20% failure rate, which I don't think we're going to hit.
Yeah. Well, I know you have about 453,000 to be exact in your available.
Yeah, but 250 of that's programmed into Palo Verde Park.
Okay, gotcha. So I was just curious on the funding mechanism and where this is going to come from, since my whole, we say yes to this, we say no to that approach. So, okay, thank you for answering that.
Councilmember Ulick and then Vice Mayor.
Real quickly, I think one model might be to have a pool of funding available for landlords to apply to that may be for tenants who meet the criteria but not tied to individual tenants. So there might be some models. I'm pretty sure that Access did that at the state level for some of its funding. So there may be ways of creating this backstop fund to inspire landlords to accept tenants from the Wildcat or whatever the parameters are. So anyway, I feel like there may be opportunities that will get around some of those legal barriers, so.
It doesn't have to be managed by HCD. It can be managed through OPCS as well. So we can absorb that into a number of different fundings. There's all kinds of different options.
I think the idea is to at least explore this idea, right? And I'm open to exploring the idea. I agree with Councilman Lee that it's going to be important to see where the funds are going to come from to create the pilot, but whether it's legal issues or logistical issues, or it's the Housing Community Development Department running it, or organization like Primavera running it, I think that it's a good idea to at least explore, because I really like the idea of transitioning individuals from the Wildcat Inn or Amazon into a much more permanent housing unit that is, available. And so I like the idea of at least exploring. Vice Mayor.
Anything else? No, thank you, Councilmember Cunningham, for, trying to problem solve on, the many ways that our housing chain isn't supporting our people that we're trying to help. I am curious about something that City Attorney mentioned about the gift clause. So you're saying that if it comes from federal money, then people could use that for like rental assistance or a down payment, but not if it comes from the general fund?
It isn't that cut and dry. We can provide certain types of assistance to tenants. Where it gets dicier with respect to the gift clause applying to city general fund monies is if we're guaranteeing or serving as a backstop to the private landlord, okay, to say that if X, Y, and Z happen, then the city will cut you a check. It's much easier for us to help on the side of the tenant assistance.
The other clarification that I need is the co-signing piece. How does that work? Because ideally, right, a cosigner is financially liable. So how do we function as a cosigner without that responsibility?
Right, and that's one of the key questions that would have to be sorted out in terms of shaping the parameters of this program.
And a question for Anne. Have you seen a similar kind of program in any other city, any other jurisdiction that you know of?
Vice Mayor, I would say Phoenix has a really robust landlord incentive program. And so I would say they're a place where we can look. It's run by a third party, Home Inc. It's called Threshold. And I think that there are some lessons we can learn in terms of providing a backstop for damages and providing incentives. So that's one place we would look to.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that it would be appropriate also to look into the landlords and making sure that the landlords have a good track record of their treatment with their tenants, and then the quality of the locations. So there are a lot of things that I think we should look into. And again, I too want to ask about the possible funding for this, just to make sure that we have that answered, right? Where are we taking the money from? And how much were you thinking of starting the pilot with, Councilmember Cunningham?
As I said, $4,800
Okay.
is what we're on the hook for sure. But we're backstopping $100,000. That would mean that every single person we help get a lease would be evicted.
So possibly starting the pilot program with $100,000?
Well, $104,000, $104,800 is what I said when I made my presentation.
And this would come from ARPA, or where would this fund?
It depends on what's legal. If we can use it through HCD, through PHA, we'd use it for that. Okay. If we use it through the GF, we could take it through the general fund. But the bottom line is that we'd only spend it if everyone gets evicted.
Okay. And just to listen to Anne, do we have a possible funding source within Housing Community Development Department that we would be able to tap into for it?
That's something I'd want to look into more in terms of what we can and can't do with some of the federal funding we have. So when we come back, I think I'll have a better answer for you then.
So I would suggest that we don't attach the funding source from. I wouldn't say ARPA, I wouldn't say general fund, I wouldn't say anything like that. I would say let's look to see if there's any available resource and look at the logistics. Let's do the research. If Phoenix has a similar program, let's take a look at that and see how they do it. And I generally like to be innovative, and I want to hear ideas from my colleagues. And so I just want to make sure that we do our due diligence. And if it's possible to kick off an innovative program like this, and we have funds that we can use that are not considered gift clause concerns, then we should at least look into it. Okay. Any other questions? We need to move on. Councilwoman Lee.
Mayor, I believe that Councilmember Cunningham put a motion on the floor, and I was just questioning that, if there was a way, because I was feeling the same way, Mayor. Can we just take a step back without moving forward and allocating, appropriating dollar amounts, and just get some of those basic questions answered and then bring it back?
I don't think my motion had the dollar amount, did it? My motion was just to have staff put together a program in 90 days.
Okay, cool.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty, so there's a motion on the floor in a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, Anne and Liz. Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Really appreciate you bringing this to our attention. We move on to item 7. Time has been set aside to discuss proposed updates to the city building codes in accordance with a Tucson 6-year cycle for code updates. Mr. Manager, I think I'm going to allocate 2 minutes to this item. We are way overboard on the time that we allocated for study sessions. So if there is a reduced executive summary of what you're all thinking. We've read the material. You've come to us before, so tell us what we need to do.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Planning and Development Services Director Corin Manning.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Yes, we'll be very brief because you have materials on this that you can review. But basically, Tucson has historically followed a 6-year cycle for updating our building codes. We last did an update 6 years ago, so we are looking at an update right now to the 2024 building codes. Our Joint Code Committee, which is the Tucson Pima County Joint Code Committee, has spent the last year reviewing the international 2024 codes and has recommended approval of 8 of those 9 codes. So there's one code that we are proposing to delay adoption of until later this year. That is the International Energy Conservation Code. So at a previous meeting, you asked some questions about increased cost with building codes, Mayor. And we wanted to respond to that and let you know that really most of these building code updates to the International Building Code, International Residential Code, we don't believe incur additional costs. Many of these updates actually are about modernizing the code to respond to new construction practices, in some cases adding more flexibility to construction, for example, recognizing gender-neutral bathrooms as an option in building code, recognizing mass timber as a new environmentally friendly construction type. So many of those updates really don't, in our view and the view of the committee, incur additional costs. The one area where there has been some concerns about cost is the International Energy Conservation Code, which is part of that I-suite of international codes. And we are actually recommending that that be considered later this year because some of the tools to analyze energy conservation and the energy impact of a building have not been released yet. So the committee is recommending approval of, again, 8 of those 9 codes. This study session was just a chance to update you on this process, and pending your feedback, we would agendize this for adoption on a future regular agenda, and then bring back the International Energy Conservation Code later this year after the committee has had a chance to review further. That could be, would anticipate around fall of this year to bring that back to Mayor and Council. We are recommending an effective date of January 1, 2026 in order to allow our development community time to come up to speed on the new codes, make any changes to their existing building plans, and just have more time for outreach and education to our community.
Do you need a motion for Mayor and Council?
Nope.
Alrighty. Thank you so much for the update. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Any questions over here? I forgot to ask questions. I don't see any hands up. Thank you so much, Corin. Really appreciate the presentation. Alrighty. So item 8, time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to receive updates on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders, and direction to any associated litigation. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, with the report for today is Stephanie Zamora, and I'll just turn it straight over to her.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll provide a brief update on recent federal and state legislative developments. At the federal level, the administration has released its initial budget proposal, which includes significant reductions in non-defense discretionary spending. The proposal outlines approximately $163 billion in reductions to programs including housing, environmental protection, healthcare, education, and community development. This while increasing funding for defense and border security by more than $1 trillion. Congress is concurrently developing a budget reconciliation package targeting multiple policy areas. These include potential changes to tax policy, healthcare funding, and infrastructure investments. Discussions are ongoing, and they have a target to advance legislation on this by early summer. Beyond the budget and legislative discussions, the administration has also issued several recent executive actions that may have implications for local governments and communities. These include directives expanding federal support for law enforcement and reviewing oversight mechanisms, actions targeting immigration enforcement, including the identification of jurisdictions with sanctuary city policies, an executive order directing a review and consolidation of federal workforce and apprenticeship programs, and a termination of federal funding to public broadcasting and certain diversity-focused initiatives. Turning to state-level matters, and particularly regarding housing legislation, the Arizona Starter Homes Act, or SB 1229, which sought to limit certain municipal design standards to encourage development of affordable homes, this has stalled, and discussions between the bill's sponsor and the governor's office have not progressed, and any further action appears to be unlikely for this session. Regarding the state budget outlook, while state revenue projections have been revised downward, the state remains in a positive fiscal position. Budget cuts are not anticipated. However, available resources for new spending initiatives are limited, as a projected surplus of $277 million is about $280 million off from the originally projected budget surplus. So formal negotiations on the budget have not yet begun, and discussions are expected to extend into June. And with that, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, that concludes the update.
Thank you, Stephanie. I just want to reiterate that outrageous cuts that are being suggested are the elimination of community development block grant and home funds. I would remind my colleagues on the council and the public that 93% or more of our housing community development department is funded through community development block grants, HUD, and home funds. And they would completely eliminate CDBG and home. $26.7 billion reduction in rental assistance programs, reducing homelessness assistance grants by $532 million, reducing Title I funding for low-income schools by $4.5 billion, and an 80% cut to federal work-study programs, and eliminating funding for adult education programs. The devastation of what that means, not just to Tucson, but every city and town and county in this country, I don't think I can put it in words, what that means to our issues regarding affordable housing, seniors, the most vulnerable communities affected throughout the country. And I think residents and voters need to make their voices heard to their congressional representatives, to bring attention to how outrageous and cruel this budget is. And this is all to be able to give tax incentives and tax cuts to billionaires and corporations. I don't recognize what we're seeing happen in our country right now. I don't know, Mr. Rankin, if you wanted to share any information about any City of Tucson federal grants that have already been canceled or are at risk.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and I'll be briefer probably than this topic warrants, but in addition to the federal funding issues that you've been describing and that you framed at the beginning of the discussion on the budget, there's a lot else going on at the federal level with respect to ongoing federal funding and federal grants. You know and have heard at this table how the city manager's office and the various city departments already have been monitoring over $250 million in unexpended but already appropriated federal funds to the city, and those efforts continue literally every day by those departments and by the manager's office. But now on top of that are the conditions that are being imposed by the various federal agencies and departments. Think FTA, HUD, Department of Transportation, EPA, et cetera, to impose the conditions of the executive orders that the president has been ordering and attach them to eligibility for funding going forward. So that means in addition to that over $250 million that we've already been talking about, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars going forward, monies that historically go to cities and other jurisdictions across the country. The other thing about it is enormously taxing on city staff. The work that's being done in all of the different departments, including business services and the city manager's office, but then the individual departments like Housing and Community Development and Department of Transportation, Mobility, et cetera, TPD, is extraordinary, particularly because the legal landscape is changing every week, sometimes every day, as new lawsuits are filed, as new court orders are issued that either enjoin or don't these changing conditions. Probably the best way to summarize it is just say there's extraordinary uncertainty with respect to federal funding, both that's already been appropriated and funding, of course, that has not.
At the state level, this week, our state legislature is expected to amend the vote for Proposition 123, which helps fund schools in our state. And the state legislators are adding more provisions to protect and expand school vouchers. It's likely to secure Freedom Caucus support without needing Democratic votes. So the vouchers are being expanded in the possible Proposition 123 bill, which is devastating our budget and our funds for public education and public schools. There's so much more news, but I know that we have to get to our special meeting. Any questions or comments from my colleagues on the council, on the federal, state level? All righty, thank you, Stephanie. Really appreciate your update. We move on to item 9, which is any items to remove from the consent agenda. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to remove consent item 7C to be considered separately. for
Okay.
discussion.
So we'll consider item 7C. Any others? All righty, hearing none, we move on to item 10. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Councilmember Cunningham.
Yes, Your Honor. After we complete our special meeting business, I think it's really important that we bring back as a new item the Parks and Wash ordinance from 4 weeks ago. We need to clear up that vote. The public deserves that. Memo will be coming from my office.
Any others? All right, hearing none, we are going to adjourn study session. There will be a special meeting. It was scheduled to start at 3 for presentations by applicants for the Ward 5 council vacancy. The mayor and council will appoint the successful applicant at this special meeting, and the regular session will begin after 5:30 p.m. The next study session is scheduled to be Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to give us a little bit of a break so we can stretch our legs and run to the restroom if we need to, and then come back. And I believe we're meeting right here on the table or at the dais? We're meeting at the dais, so give us 5 minutes, and we will be back to our special meeting at the dais in a few minutes. Meeting of mayor and council. Let's see. Council will now stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Here.
Mixulic?
Here.
Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Here.
Mayor Romero?
Here. Alrighty, at this time, we have 4 finalists for the Ward 5 vacancy. What we'd like to see is that we want to make sure that we invite them for a presentation. Each person, we're assigning 5 minutes to speak. Additionally, the mayor and council have 2 questions for each applicant. Ms. Clerk, do you have the list of finalists for the Ward 5 council replacement?
Yes, ma'am. We have David Garcia, Gabriel Olguin, Robert Jaramillo, and Rocky Perez.
Okay. Again, we find ourselves in the situation for the unfortunate retirement of Councilmember FIMBRES. We have all added our thoughts to Councilmember FIMBRES. Thank him for his incredible service to our community, not just as a Tucson council member, but also as the Director of Highway Safety for Governor Napolitano, for his service in the Army, for his service working at the Sheriff's Department. Councilmember Fimbres really lived the life of service to his community, and we are eternally grateful for his service to the residents of Ward 5, to the Tucson residents, and of course to our country, because he was always also an Army veteran. So with that, I just wanted to allow the candidates at this time to present to us. I don't know if we call them by alphabetical order as you had them here. And I don't know if, Mr. Attorney, you wanted to address some of the issues of the applicant withdrawing or any other issues.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes, thank you for the opportunity. One of the questions that comes up when you're considering filling a vacancy on the council, of course, is the qualifications to sit on the mayor and council, and whether there are any restrictions based on persons holding another type of public office or civic or civil office. And it's an issue that comes up in different contexts across the state. And there are some statutory provisions that apply generally across the state that restrict or prohibit having conflicting offices or offices within the same jurisdiction, things like that. To complicate things further, we have our own charter. A charter that has provisions going back to 1929, and that addresses this question in 2 separate provisions. One relates to prohibitions of a person who sits on the mayor and council, either mayor or the council members, from holding any other public office, and another provision that prohibits a member of the mayor and council from serving on any other civil office. And I mentioned the charter going back to 1929 because I need to interpret those provisions in light of what the law was at that time, as well as the law that applies now. And there were 2 cases back in the 1920s, just before the charter, that looked into that very issue. What does it mean to be a public office? Does it require compensation? Does it not require compensation? And ultimately, under the cases that were in effect at that time, an office was deemed a public office, whether it was an office either of trust or an office of profit, meaning regardless of whether the person received compensation to sit on whatever that competing office was. So based on that, and based on the fact that we have a second provision of the charter that really defines a civil office without any reference to whether that person receives compensation in that position, it's a difficult legal analysis, but at the end of the day, my conclusion has to be that because council members are prohibited from serving in another public office or civil office, it means an office that has duties defined by statute, duties that are acquired by that person by election or appointment, and it doesn't depend on whether they receive compensation or not. Some people will say, well, we know of some instances, even here locally, where folks were able to sit on a governing body, Board of Supervisors, and not have to resign a position on a school district. But that's because our charter doesn't apply in that situation. Our charter does apply in this situation. So based on that, and it's not something that folks would, just know walking into this situation, then my determination has to be that for an applicant who is on a school district board, that they would need to resign from that position in order to step into the position on the mayor and council. Now, there's a fair amount of history of case law on this topic in the state, and generally what happens is if there is, I don't like to say a violation, but if there is an instance where a person takes on a second public or civil office, the effect in the past cases has been that they're deemed to have walked away from the first office, right? So the first office becomes vacant and they can continue to serve in the second office. However, there's enough uncertainty about it that it could raise questions about whether the person could have been seated in the council office in the first place, because there's a question of whether they qualify. So based on that, that would apply to one of our applicants here today.
And would it be defensible if the mayor and council would decide to appoint someone, let's, by example, a school board member of the Sunnyside School District? Would it be defensible in court if we were to say that person can carry both the council member position and the school board position?
It's my opinion that we would not be successful in defending that.
Okay. Any questions from the council colleagues on this specific concern regarding the charter? Councilmember Ulick?
You said this is relevant to, I know one applicant withdrew, so we've gone from 5 to 4. I'm just wondering if there are applicants currently that are under consideration, whether we ought to clear that up before the presentations and the votes so that we know where we're going with this, and that, to be fair to the applicants as well, if we identify what we perceive to be an issue. So does that make sense?
Well, I personally know one particular candidate that submitted. His name is Mr. Robert Jaramillo. Bobby has been involved in the Ward 5 community and throughout the city and the South Side for many, many decades in service to our community. And I just want to just vigilant about the health and safety of our water and the water we deliver to our city, serving on the Sunnyside School Board, a person that has honor and ethic and also has served his country in the military. And I just wanted to offer Bobby Jaramillo the opportunity to, if you'd like to come up, Bobby, and talk about this. I personally reached out to Bobby as soon as we received the resignation of Councilmember Fimbres to, to ask him if he was going to consider, because of the value that he brings to the community. So I just wanted to offer Mr. Jaramillo the opportunity to talk to us about his preference in this dilemma that we find ourselves in. And Bobby, if you could use the tall mic, I'd really appreciate it.
Honorable Mayor Romero, Honorable Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, members of the council. I just want to say it's a hard pill to swallow right now. But my priority is with the district, and it has been for many years. I believe that the students in our district need the leadership that I provide for them as well. I will continue to assist Ward 5 if all possible. I will continue my efforts with CWAC, UCAM, Las Aguas, and all the identities that I serve with. So thank you for the opportunity. I do want to wish Councilmember FIMBRES the very best. I know he's been struggling with his health for a few months now, maybe even longer than that. And I want to thank every one of you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I can say, I appreciate that so much. This was a very difficult decision. I went back and forth in my own brain and had to, reading cases from the 1920s is an adventure in and of itself. But at a very minimum, it would have put Mr. Jaramillo in the position of someone challenging to have him removed from the Sunnyside School District as well. So given just the potential consequences of everything involved, I came to the conclusion that I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaramillo. Really appreciate your interest in submitting your resume and your interest to be considered. I know that you do it because of your love of the residents in Sunnyside and Ward 5, and absolutely appreciate you. And thank you for offering to keep an eye out and help whomever replaces Councilmember Fimbres. Really appreciate you very much. Alrighty, so now we have, we're down to 3. So what I will do is I will call in alphabetical order the last remaining candidates just to come up and present to us, tell us your name and your background. And I believe that we had 2 very specific questions regarding detailed experience developing budgets. And then any connection and experience in terms of your knowledge of Ward 5 and its residents. So our first candidate would be David Garcia, and we are attaching 5 minutes to each candidate. Please, David, use the tall mic and make sure that you have the microphone directly in front of you so that we can hear you. And Ms. Clerk, if you could please add 5 minutes to the clock. Hi, David.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Thank you guys for, giving me this opportunity. I feel proud and, just to be in the presence and being able to sit here and, speak about why I want to represent Ward 5. Again, my name is David Garcia. I am the owner and founder of Barrio Restoration. It's a landscape company. But that started cleaning up the neighborhood. When we saw grass and trash, we saw opportunity, right? Opportunity to make an impact, to make a change in the neighborhood, and an opportunity to connect with residents too. For a long time, the neighborhood kind of sat still. We didn't see a lot of changes happening. So I decided to put purpose behind my work, use those skills to better my neighborhood, right? It's not just cleaning up the neighborhood. We're creating respect. We're creating pride. We're creating a stronger community, and a community that we want to stay in and live in, right? One to be proud of. That was 6 years ago. and it just evolved into something huge to where now we're a resource for neighborhoods. You know, if you need help with your neighborhood, you need help with your neighbor, we want to be there to help out. And I think it's important to help out your neighbors. I think we're so used to kind of staying within our fence and just kind of like not engaging with others. We need to create more moments like that. So I kind of make it a point to just randomly help people, you know, whether you're housed or unhoused, we want to be there to support you and kind of like explain the importance about what it means to live in your neighborhood, right? To represent your neighborhood, to take pride, and all the changes that can come about it just by cleaning up, right? You clean up the streets, most likely people are not going to want to dump trash, you know, in the neighborhood. They're going to see it's well taken care of, but it's also a representation of us, you know? And I take pride in the work. I take my heart with it too. And, you know, when somebody tells me, no, I can't do something, or what you're doing isn't going to last, it really bothers me because there's a perspective out there that nothing's going to get taken care of. And I can tell you that we've added plants. And yeah, we didn't ask for permission, but no one asked permission to keep my neighborhood dirty either. And we added rocks, but we designed them in a way where they looked good. And we made planters because of the funding we didn't have at the time. So we used tires from the neighborhood, plants from the neighborhood, from a neighbor, and dirt from the neighborhood. And we kind of got artists involved to paint them, and then we worked together to install them. Leading by example, right? Taking pride and ownership of your neighborhoods. And along the way, we just kind of like, when you talk to somebody, more ideas pop up. I'm more motivated. That spark is like a flame right now. And I just, I feel like I've been representing for a long time. We've invested countless hours, you know, helped out with numerous cleanups. I mean, I'm talking about hundreds, right? Hundreds of opportunities where we just kind of made impacts there. So, you know, I can tell you I'm working literally in the neighborhood, you know, connecting with neighbors. Because of that role, I was asked to join, you know, the neighborhood association, you know, where I was voted chairman, just because of the work that we were doing. And I can't say that association meetings are the most popular thing in the neighborhood. It's really hard to get people involved and invested in your neighborhood, but it doesn't stop us. You know, we have to keep trying. And I have the energy, I have the time, we have the resources, and we have the support, you know? And our role has been planting seeds, right? Literally and metaphorically, planting seeds in people's minds to like better the neighborhood and really kind of start discussing, you know, how we're going to address those issues. And we can do it by cleaning up the neighborhood. And I can tell you, like, there's a lot of things I'd like to change: your streets, your lights, your homes, all these things. But a better neighborhood, a cleaner neighborhood, a safer neighborhood, I can give that tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Could you expand a little bit on your experience? I think the experience with budgeting.
Yes. So I am a business owner, small business owner, and I basically manage my own funding, right? I've been in business for the last 3 years, going off of, you know, landscape maintenance, and really kind of budgeting off what we're receiving through those jobs. I have no business loans right now to promote my business. This has all come from just us managing our own finances and really trying to like get through the week, get through the month, you know. I might be a small business, but we're still, you know, trying to make it. I've also received numerous grants that have helped us make an impact in the neighborhood. And we really kind of try to utilize and manage that and stretch it as long as possible to make a big impact in the neighborhood as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garcia. I really appreciate your interest in applying for this. And I see your work.
Yes.
I see that you work with many in Ward 5 and in the community, including in South Tucson and other spaces in the city. So appreciate you coming to us today.
Yes.
I don't think we have questions. Okay, no questions? All righty, Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being here. I do have 2 questions that will be for everybody as well. Sorry to throw these in. Just curious about your time availability for the role, and also your thoughts around the existing staff that are there.
So my time is basically open and flexible. I feel that my team could successfully execute a task on my business side for me to pursue an opportunity in the seat. And as far as you said, staff.
The existing Ward 5 staff.
Oh, yeah. Definitely would look forward to working with them if given the opportunity and really try to make a big impact in a short amount of time.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, David.
Yes. Awesome. All is good?
Thank you so much,
Thank
David.
you, guys.
Really appreciate you. Thank you. Our next candidate is Gabriel Holguin, and the same questions. Please detail experience in developing budgets and any experience relevant to Ward 5. Gabriel. And as Gabriel comes up, thank you, Gabriel, for your interest in putting in your name and continuing that work that you do at Ward 5. Please tell us who you are and then try and answer those 2 questions.
Good afternoon, Mayor Romero and members of the council. My name is Gabriel Holguin, and I'm honored to be here before you. I'm here because I care deeply about Ward 5, not just as someone who works in the space, but someone who calls it home. As a council aide currently of Ward 5, I have supported constituents facing issues from housing needs and infrastructure needs, and I have followed up on those concerns, that often go unseen but matter deeply to them. When constituents have come to our office, I have stayed, I have listened, and I have followed through. Before entering city government, I spent 5 years in a leadership position in a community-based organization, participating in budgeting and planning discussions. That experience taught me how to weigh limited resources against real needs, and it's a lesson I carry with me today. Going back to my experience as a council aide, I've also attended neighborhood association meetings, primarily Julia Keene neighborhood, as well as Sunnyside as well. I also attended the budget town hall meetings, as well as the Prop 414 town hall at Miracle Mile Police Station. I hold a degree in business administration with coursework in micro and macroeconomics, as well as financial and managerial accounting. I've had discussions in budget planning and understand how to read a budget, as well as identify pressure points and weigh priorities with empathy. During my time in that leadership position of that community-based organization, I've had difficult conversations about, for example, if we cut from this section, how will it affect this other section? As I recall you discussing the PEEPS, funding for PEEPS, I know what it's like to have those sensitive conversations. So I've learned how to read a room, I've learned to listen with intention, and I can speak, and I know how to speak when I believe it adds value. That approach has helped me to, like I said, navigate sensitive conversations that will help me represent Ward 5 with care and professionalism. Tucson has been my home since 2017. It has shaped my young adulthood, and it has taught me how to show up for others. And now I want to show up for Ward 5, not just as a staffer, but someone in a leadership position. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lee, I know that you wanted to add a question.
Same 2 questions, your availability of time, which I have a sense for since you work in the office now, and your vision for the existing staff.
Yeah. Yes, I will work with existing Ward 5 staff.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Really appreciate your interest. Our next candidate is Roque Perez. Roque. And again, the same questions. Detailed experience in developing budgets, if any, and any experience relevant to Ward 5 and how you connect with the ward residents.
Awesome. Thank you again for having me, and I've loved hearing all the other stories today. I think it kind of speaks to this urgency and this excitement and the momentum that's been building around, I think, bringing Ward 5 and revitalizing the energy in that community rather than silos that we've experienced. Though I've had the privilege of working with many of you across capacities, various capacities through different years, I've spent my formative years in Tucson, in Ward 5, and that's not known to many people. But more recently, I had the intention of returning back to Ward 5, and professionally in my role as executive director for MEC, both a public body of this council in Pima County and an independent nonprofit. I oversee all of the operations from budgeting and policy alignment to programs that serve and increase college access, support federal aid pursuits, and really, I think, try to coalesce in the interest of service for young people, their civic and service leadership, as well as their academic achievement and wellness. Prior to MEC, I held senior roles at both Arizona State University, though I lived in Tucson. I did not go up there. And then also with the University of Arizona. And across those roles, I worked across state and federal systems to both accrue federal resources as well as directly manage federal grants, different allocations, both from state budget allocations as well as federal, that have really been focused on unlocking resources for low-income learners. And so for me, education is a comfort space. The wellness of young people is a comfort space. But regardless of that, I've always historically been in administrative roles where, again, I've really supported the multi-million-dollar public engagement strategies within our higher education system, as well as the relations that include local government, both here up in Phoenix, the state, and at the federal level. More recently, I've, like all of us, had to navigate some of the constraints of the Arizona's flat tax system, and especially amidst the reduction of federal resources and increased stipulations around the Trump administration's funding, continued funding. For me, MEC lost a $2.5 million grant we were very excited about. But, again, I understand pivoting and really, I think, coalescing folks, both public and private partnerships. And I think, likewise, we're exploring the same for both our housing issues, for environmental issues, and the list can go on. Beyond local government and higher education, I've served on a number of different nonprofit boards, including Literacy Connects, Tucson Pride, and the Public Relations Society of Southern Arizona. I'm a proud member of Tucson Young Professionals, and I'm an alum of the Greater Tucson Leadership Civic and Political Leadership Academy. Beyond my resume, just me personally, I'm obviously a young person. I'm also a gay man and a Latino whose family has known service in many forms. And I also, like them, understand the deep illusionment around politics. And I think that tension is very real for a number of families. For me personally, I think that deepened with the loss of my younger brother. We actually just passed the 2-year mark since his passing. We lost him at the age of 19 to fentanyl. And so for me, with knowing the trace back to Ward 5, that loss has really shaped my life, and I think sharpened the empathy that I have for families that are navigating systems that are either unresponsive or inaccessible. If appointed, I would also be the second youngest person ever to serve on this council, following Roy Laus, who was just 24 when he was elected to represent Ward 5 in the 70s. And so I do see the value, and I believe that this appointment can honor that tradition and send a message to younger generations that their leadership belongs at every table, and that it's achievable if they show up, and they show up in meaningful ways. So I recognize that this appointment, whoever fills it, also comes at a time of enormous weight as Tucson is navigating the significant and ongoing budget shortfall. And so whether that's on issues around the mounting pressure on housing, transit systems, our power infrastructure, I understand that we don't have the luxury of easy decisions ahead, and I'm a little nervous about that. But nonetheless, I understand that there are decisions needing to be made that will deliver real outcomes. And so with all that being said, as we kind of look ahead, I'm eager to kickstart a budget participatory process and work alongside our Ward 5 staff, including Lupita, to really kickstart that process if afforded the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Perez, and yeah, we can apply. Thank you so much for your interest. I know that Councilman Lee will ask the same two questions.
Have my same two questions, and now I'm realizing I'm not a young person anymore, so that's hard.
It's okay.
Time availability, and you mentioned staff, but just your vision for the existing staff.
Yeah, so I mean, realistically, MEC's programming has primarily focused within Ward 5, and so I actually find a consolidation of my time overlapping with, I think, the same people in different contexts. And so while I would commit to stepping away from my role as executive director for MEC, I do find that my time will still be spent around the same people on, I think, similar topics, I think, from a different context. And so I think as we're navigating the budget, I see nothing but opportunity to leverage the support from existing Ward 5 staff. Lupita, I think, has been a tremendous partner to me this year as we've revitalized MEC. And so, I'm very excited to have the opportunity to leverage her insights as we, I think, revitalize the energy around that seat.
And then with the staff, what's your vision?
Keep them. Yeah, I think, I think having Lupita here and then also Mr. Holguin, I think just speaks to the excitement and the energy and also the need, I think, in leveraging our collective expertise. And I think as we've heard from Mr. Darimo and Mr. Garcia, there's an excitement from the external community. And, I'd be very excited to bring folks together on numerous fronts, including staff. Existing staff.
And Councilmember Cunningham?
So I only had
You have a
this,
follow-up.
I only had this question
Okay.
for this particular candidate because of the MEC connection.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clear up, we partially fund the MEC, and I want to be sure we're not going to be paying two salaries, and how does that work? So it's kind of open-ended for both the attorney and Mr. Perez.
I might answer for if possible. So, with the annual allocation that MEC has historically gone, it is non-competitive. I believe it comes out of the city manager's budget. It is relatively small, sorry guys. And it doesn't go towards salaries, it's purely programmatic. That being said, with me stepping out through an unpaid leave, I would not receive funding regardless.
Unpaid leave, you're planning an unpaid leave?
Unpaid leave.
That's all I needed to
Unpaid
know.
leave.
Unpaid leave.
That's all I needed to know.
Okay. Yep. All righty. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the three of your presentations. All of you add so much to our community, and thank you for stepping up. And I feel old now. Really happy to see the three of you step up and provide the possibility of having you all here. So, what is the council's pleasure at this time? I think, do I need to read anything specifically? Let me see. Alrighty, so we need to read the communication number. So item 2 is
Presentations by applicants and possible action by mayor and council regarding the appointment of the Ward 5 council member to fill the vacancy caused by the retirement of council member Richard G. FIMBRES.
City Manager's Communication Number 122, dated May 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12160 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12160, relating to the appointment to fill a vacancy on the city council, appointing blank as Ward 5 council member for the city of Tucson, establishing that the appointee shall serve for the remainder of the term of office and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure? Vice Mayor.
Mayor, before I make a motion, can I make some remarks? Is that, or, okay.
Absolutely.
All right, so I want to also thank, all the applicants, everybody that took the time. Um, it's, we're in the middle of an election for that council seat as well, so I know it makes it a little tricky. My good friend David Garcia is one of the applicants here, and I was really excited to see him apply. He's had a deep commitment to our community through his work with barrio restoration, focusing, as he shared, on beautifying neglected spaces in the south side. And I met Mr. Garcia when he was working at Desert Survivors, working alongside and managing adults with developmental disabilities. My office, our Budget de la Gente, and Fuga have partnered with him many times. So we have had a firsthand experience of the impact that he has made and is making in our communities, and his dedication to being creative and innovative, and providing employment opportunities for a lot of our neighbors and young people to create these clean, safe environments, is huge for us. I think his lived experience provides valuable insights into the challenges faced by many of our Ward 5 residents. His perspective is crucial in shaping the policies that I believe are inclusive and responsive to the needs of our diverse communities. David, even if you're not appointed to the council on this time, I strongly want to continue to work with you and encourage you to participate in other city, county boards and commissions, because I think more than an appointment, I'd love to see you run for office and get you prepared to do that with the mandate from the community, to serve. And I want to be a part of that in, any way, shape, or form that I can. I think that you hold great potential to hold public office in the future, and your ongoing engagement and growth in these different public service roles will further prepare you for that type of responsibility. So again, I look forward to continuing to work with you. And so with that, I want to move to appoint Rocky Perez to be appointed to complete the term left vacant in Ward 5.
There's a motion.
I'll second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. All four of you very strong candidates, even though Mr. Jaramillo, you had to drop out. Gabriel, great background in the ward office. I could see you stepping into that spot. I met David Garcia on a litter pickup. I usually do litter pickups just in Ward 3 and now almost exclusively, but one day I was in your neighborhood and I was so impressed with you and your crew and your connections. You got a great recommendation from the mayor and 2 city council members from South Tucson, which also speaks volumes. And I want to echo my colleagues' message that you have a future in government and there's some steps, and I'd be glad to be helpful to those as well. And maybe again, we will pick up litter or plant trees together. Rocky, we've worked together on stuff. It's kind of a natural, and so I'm going to be glad to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Councilman Lee, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
I will be brief. I just want to thank you all for taking the time to apply and your interest in stepping up and getting into this arena. As you pointed out, Rocky, there are some big decisions that we're making now and we're going to have to make. So I just really want to share my gratitude for all 4 of you for being here and for putting yourselves out there. So I'm excited to work with Rocky if we move that direction, but thank you again so much for your participation today.
Councilmember Cunningham?
David, I wanted to appreciate you reaching out. We don't know each other very well, but we know some of the same people, and the people that vouch for you are of high, I have a high opinion of them. And just based on what I hear today, I've got a high opinion of you too. So I hope we have some more interaction in the future. Gabriel, you do a great job for the city already, and it's good that you're staying. You're going to be able to help in this process. So while it may not be your time now, your time is going to come too. I mean, I think that you've got a great future in what's to come for our community. Coach Bobby. So Coach, I just wanted to tell you how much I've admired you from afar over the years. When I was coaching at Sierra and working with Paulo and working with Los Moragas. I mean, I don't know how to put that, but all of them. I mean, it's just every single time your name came up in something that you were associated with, respect followed. And your dedication to Sunnyside and those areas is outstanding. It says a lot for you today to come up and say, all right, my focus is on the school district. That's just, again, the type of selfless public service that we need in Tucson. You and I'd like to believe someday that you and I are cut from the same cloth, but I don't think I'll ever live up to it. But I just want to appreciate you stepping forward to volunteer to do this. With that being said, Rocky, I'm going to support this motion. You've got a bright future, and you're a much more eloquent speaker than I am. So really impressed today. And I just want to tell you how much I look forward to some of the work you're going to do here. We've got some huge votes you're going to get thrown in the fire in the next 3 weeks. But the one thing I'll say, and I think this needs to be said in this room, is that we almost lost the MEC until Rocky took over. And I think that demonstrates a lot of what kind of person he is and what kind of leadership and competencies he has.
Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you. Having been an applicant, there are a few things that I learned. Number one, it doesn't necessarily mean I was the most qualified person because I got appointed. It is somewhat about timing and the trajectory of different people in the room. So, Gabriel, I want to thank you. I have to say that had I stepped in without the existing experienced staff, Ward 6 would not be well served. So much of the work really depends on people like you who have proven your service, and Lupita as well. So I just really want to give you that shout out. David, I would agree. As I listen to you, I'm pretty sure folks would follow you anywhere. You lead by example. Ambition is not your driver. And I just was really impressed with everything that you've done already for the community, and I'm excited to see where that leads you. And Roque, I think that in essence, and perhaps for the same reason that I was appointed, I think that your most recent experience navigating budgets and the public sector is just what we need right now. And so I'll be supporting the motion, and just want to thank all the applicants, Mr. Carrillo as well.
Before we go to roll call vote, I too want to add my gratitude to all that applied. Gabriel, I started as a council aide. I did. I served Councilmember Ulick as a council aide, and I can tell you, I know what you do. I know exactly what you do as council aides. And sometimes it's long evenings, sometimes it's Saturdays and Sundays. You find solutions for the neighborhoods. And I really appreciate that you submitted your name. And I look forward to seeing you flourish and continue to working for the residents of Ward 5. David, every time I see you, I have to say thank you so much because you do so much for our community. And I agree that you do, you lead by example. And it's really beautiful. The work that you do and the inspiration that you are for so many of the neighbors in Ward 5. Thank you for serving your community in the way that you do. And I too see you because of the passion. There could be many things happening around you, but the passion and the guiding principles never go away. You will always know where you come from. And when people know where they come from, they know where they're going and where they have to go. And I appreciate you very much, my friend. And Roque, I am so happy with the work that you have been doing with the Metropolitan Education Commission. I know that you left the University of Arizona a secure job to lead the Metropolitan Education Commission that really was flailing. And you've been able to bring it up from the brink of us seeing it go away. And I appreciate it. And I see all of the incredible work that you have done in preparation to help us cover this gap. I believe that the residents of Ward 5 deserve a person that is here, that is paying attention, and that is leading with passion and love for Ward 5 and for the city, and I know that that person is you. So with that, we need to go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mixulic.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 12160 passes by a vote of 6-0. Congratulations, Roque, and congratulations to all of you. And I would hope that Mr. Jaramillo and Mr. Garcia, Mr. Holguin, you all work with Mr. Perez to make sure that the residents of Ward 5 are served well. Give him your advice, give him your feedback, and hopefully your support. What I wanted to make sure that we do today, in between the regular council meeting and now, is that we administer the oath so that Mr. Perez can join us in the regular council meeting. So, Ms. Clerk, Mr. Perez, would you like to come up? And at this time, we're going to administer the oath of office so that Mr. Perez can join us for the regular meeting. Mr. Perez? Not yet.
She's got to do the oath, dude. Come on, Kevin. Come on, man. Pick up.
Yes. Just raise your right hand and repeat after me, okay? I, and state your name,
I, Rocky Perez,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
and the ordinances, resolutions,
and the ordinances, resolutions,
and rules and regulations
and rules and regulations
of the city of Tucson, Arizona,
the city of Tucson, Arizona,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
and defend them against all enemies,
and defend them against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
domestic,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of the office
discharge the duties of the office
of Council Member Ward 5
of Council Member Ward 5
of the city of Tucson, Arizona,
of the city of Tucson, Arizona,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God, or so do I affirm.
Or so help me God.
All righty, with that, while we do that, we are done with item 2. Item 3 is adjournment. Council will stand adjourned. The special meeting is adjourned at this time. We will reconvene the regular meeting at 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We will stand in session now, and we need to go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Absent, excused.
Mr. Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Perez, Mixulik. Here. Mayor Romero.
Here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance and observation of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. So here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupts the discussions of the mayor and council themselves. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers and/or recess the meeting itself if necessary. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the person who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing a lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Item, what is it, item 2?
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Rabbi Sarah Metz, Congregation Anshe Israel. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you so much. Eternal source of justice and compassion, we gather tonight in the spirit of responsibility to one another, to our city, and to the sacred task of building a society rooted in dignity, safety, and hope. In the Bible, in Numbers chapter 6, verse 24 through 26, God gives words to Aaron to use to bless the people. And I would like to share these words in the Hebrew and with English translation. Yivarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha. May we be blessed and protected. May we protect the vulnerable as we would protect ourselves. May our leaders be blessed with courage to stand for what is right, not only in policy, but in principle. May our city be a place where no one fears being reduced to a number or treated as disposable. Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'yichuneka. May God's face shine upon us and be gracious to us. May we extend that grace across communities and across borders to all the people in Israel, her neighbors, all who deserve to live in peace, with security, without terror. May we affirm the worth of human life of those who arrive at our gates seeking refuge and opportunity, not with quotas for deportation, but with hearts and systems guided by doing what is right, by our morals and our Constitution. Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. May God's presence lift us up towards you and grant you peace, a peace that is bold enough to uphold the sanctity of every soul. May this meeting be blessed with wisdom, with vision, and a deep commitment to the common good. And we say, Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Metz, for gracing us with your presence tonight. Thank you for the kind words. All righty, and we move on to item 2C, item 2C 2, and then 2C3. I'm going to ask, there's 3 proclamations that I have tonight. The first one is I want to congratulate the University of Arizona men's wheelchair basketball team on winning the 2025 national title. Congratulations to Coach Mike Beardsley and Team Captain Ben Thornton. I'm looking forward to celebrating with you next year when Tucson hosts the 2026 tournament in Tucson. Looking forward to that. I'll go down there and ask for the team to join me. I will also ask Chris Desborough, Ward 2 staff to also join us since Councilmember Cunningham cannot be with us today. So I'll meet you up at the front. I appreciate all of you for being here with us today. Let me see. Should we just leave it here? Okay. So, again, I want to congratulate the University of Arizona men's wheelchair basketball team on winning the 2025 national title. We're so proud of you. So proud of you. Yeah. Yeah. So we have special plaques for you all, and we're going to hand them out to each and every one of you on behalf of the City of Tucson. The City of Tucson recognizes the outstanding play of our University of Arizona wheelchair basketball team, 2025 national champions, and then each and every one of you have one of these, okay? So we're going to hand them out to you. Thank you so much. But I did want to mention and provide the name of every student athlete with us. Kerwin Hockey, Dylan Zander, Blaze Mutware, Ben Thornton, Garnet Silver Hall, Justin Newman, Carlos Reynoso, Carter Jones, Elliot Murphy, Elias Brown, Nick Deo, Brandon Louie, including Coach Mike Beardsley, Assistant Coach Danny Maravilla, Team Manager Riley Langner, Team Manager Christina Chambers, ASL Interpreter Tori Mansiger, ASL Interpreter Leanne Smith, Adapted Athletics Director Peter Hughes, Director, yes, we're going to do a big round of applause. Adaptive Athletics Director Peter Hughes, Director of Campus Reg Troy Vaughn, Student Affairs Vice President Amanda Krause, Administrative Assistant Carmen Valenzuela, and Team Photographer Aiden Gravel. Another round of applause. Yeah! And let me read the proclamation on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, in collaboration with my colleague, Councilmember Paul Cunningham, who apologizes that he couldn't be with us in this moment. I'd like to read the proclamation. Whereas the number one seed NWBA University of Arizona Wildcats defeated the number 2 seed University of Texas Arlington Mavericks 75-65, winning their 2024-25 Intercollegiate Divisions Men's title on March 29, 2025, having been a national champion finalist in 23 and 24. And whereas the members of the 2025 NWBA team are Elias Brown, Logan Carson, Nick Deo, Kerwin Hockey, Carter Jones, Brandon Louie, Elliot Murphy, Blazy Mutware, Justin Newman, Carlos Reynoso, Garnet Silver Hall, Ben Thornton, and Dylan Zander. And whereas the 2025 NWBA champions were coached by Mike Beardsley, head coach, and Jose Maravilla, assistant coach, with support from Riley Langler, team manager, Christina Chambers, team manager, Tori Mansiger, ASL interpreter, and Leanne Smith, ASL interpreter. And whereas the Wildcats, with this season's record of 28-4, showed extraordinary resilience for many of the team players having their freshman year season canceled due to COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas having been a University of Arizona team and member of the National Wheelchair Basketball Association since 1974 and celebrated their 50th anniversary in 2024, just like I did. And whereas the history of the team is due in part to the vision by Marine veteran and disability advocate Rudy Gallegos, whose own wheelchair replaced his legs lost in Vietnam. And whereas the University of Arizona has a robust commitment to providing athletes with physical disabilities through its wide-ranging and inclusive adaptive athletics program. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do here on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim our recognition of the distinguished record and accomplishment of the University of Arizona 2024-25 Wildcats National Intercollegiate Wheelchair Basketball Tournament champions. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 6th day of May, 2025. Congratulations. You want to say something?
I'd like to thank you all and the team for their, my name is Pete Hughes, Athletic Director. Tucson, Southern Arizona has the best adaptive sports program in the nation. We should all be proud. Please come out and support our guys March 30th to April 4th at McHale, as for the first time ever, we will host the national championships where we hope to defend the title. Right, boys? If you all signed in, you can come for free. If you didn't, you got to pay $5. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
Can we take a picture right there with us?
Come on down, guys. We're going to sit here just to get a photo.
Alrighty, let's squish in and see if we can take a picture of the team.
And then if need to, we can get another plan.
Christina, you can get up there. Nope.
Go Wildcats!
Thank you, guys.
Victoria.
Yeah,
And then the rest of the ones are back
Okay.
there.
All right.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Chris.
you so much, Chris. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Alrighty, we have 2 more proclamations to go. We are celebrating Small Business and Economic Development Week, and I'd love to invite Barbara Coffey, Director of Economic Initiatives of the City of Tucson, Frankie Villegas, Small Business Program Manager, and staff from the City of Tucson's Economic Initiatives Office. I'd like to welcome our amazing small business owners from Sazón Empresarial cohort. The amazing Liz Pocock from Startup Tucson, and our economic development partners from Pima County, the University of Arizona, and Arizona Commerce Authority. Please join us. I'm going to call the businesses to give them the appropriate credit. Fatima Campos of Incas Peruvian Cuisine. Please come join us. And if you want to, start spreading out right here at the front. Or right here, underneath. Underneath, abajo. Gracias. Por debajo. Por acá, por favor. Por debajo. Ajá. Alrighty, Taco Insuri Isaías, Taco Rico LLC. Marlene Baquet, Ricuras de Venezuela, Arepas and more. Oh my God. I've tasted all of these, by the way. Gabriel Francisco Santana, Los Betos on Golf Links. Lisette Leva and Gabriel Santana, a Brunch Bistro. And you could go, yeah, you can go right here. Oralia Lerma of Redondos Tortilleria. Sandra Gonzalez of Celina's Salvadorian Restaurant. I tasted all this food. They're so delicious. Germán Dominguez of Gema Raspados 2. And Michelle Hernandez del Cielo Tamales LLC. So Frankie and Barbara, come and join us over here at the front, please. Are we missing any? Frankie, okay.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt because Gema, please join us. Professor Yonarki, come join us. My team, Narda and yourself. Vénganse. Okay.
There you go. There you go. This is a really wonderful looking crowd right here. So on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to declare May 6th to 12th, 2025 to be National Small Business Week and National Economic Development Week in this community. Congratulations. Thank you so much. So whereas the City of Tucson Office of Economic Initiative works to attract and retain primary jobs to grow and sustain the local economy. And whereas from the storefront shops that anchor our main streets to the high-tech startups that keep America on the cutting edge, small businesses are the backbone of our economy. And whereas economic development activities promote job creation and ensure that all Tucsonans enjoy economic mobility and wealth creation. And whereas according to the Small Business Administration, 33.3 million small businesses employ more than 61.6 million people across the United States. And whereas the City of Tucson Office of Economic Initiatives offers small business assistance through its Business Navigator team with 3 bilingual staff members and has continuously helped small business owners access millions of dollars in capital. And whereas the City of Tucson values its collaborative relationships with our other local and regional organizations, state and federal agencies, chambers of commerce, colleges and universities, and a variety of other organizations dedicated to enhancing quality of life through economic development. And whereas the City of Tucson Office of Economic Initiatives works to stimulate entrepreneurship and incubate new ventures in order to foster innovation and help establish the next generation of new local businesses. And whereas when we support businesses, both large and small, jobs are created, people's lives are enhanced, and the community thrives. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim May 6th to 12th, 2025 to be National Small Business Week and National Economic Development Week in this community, and remind all of our residents of the importance of city's economic development efforts, which expand career opportunities and improve the quality of life, and encourage all of our residents to frequent our locally owned small businesses and appreciate what they have to contribute to Tucson and our economy. in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 6th day of May, 2025. Congratulations and thank you for everything that you do. You guys want to say?
Thank you, Mayor. And really, my heart goes out to the team first. I'll highlight the fabulous work of the Office of Economic Initiatives, the small business team led by Francisca Narda, Giselle, the work they've done. You can see here in the lives of so many who are here in front. And then our team, I know Kevin Burke, Mike Chakowski is here with us today, and there are a few that are busy doing some other program work already. Our partners, we wouldn't do it without them. We don't do it alone. So I really am honored that they support the work in the region and for the city of Tucson, what we do for economic development that actually makes us able to even do more for our small businesses. You know, when we bring industry of all sizes, it really lifts all boats. And so I appreciate everyone's participation in that. The university, Startup Tucson, our Pima County friends, and even those at the regional and state level who aren't here with us, but we're all in it together. So thank you.
So our small business program manager, Francisca, will also add, because we are celebrating the graduates of Sazón Empresarial. So please add a little something.
Thank you. Tonight is not about me, it's about our wonderful small businesses, our resource partners, Professor Yonarki, all the wonderful work that all of you do. I'm very proud of you. Gracias por confiar en nuestro trabajo. Gracias a nuestros empresarios. Those big businesses that we love to recruit, they come to Tucson because they want the sazon, the local sazon that Tucson has to offer. Continue to trust us, continue to shop local, consume local, because they could benefit from the support. If I could take one more minute, would you like to add something? Because I know you're wonderful and you're excited to be here. All of you are excited.
One of our small businesses.
Hi, my business is Ricuras de Venezuela. Mi nombre es Marlene Baquet. Tengo un food truck. I have a food truck in town. I'm going to be Spanglish English because, but yeah, we have a food truck in town. And Mayor, I have to say thank you so much for all the support that you gave us, and all of you for all the support you gave us to a small business, because it's nice to know that we are not alone. So the tools that you provide to us is to just jump to the next step in our business. And we hope when we are up there, we can help other small business. Thank you so much for thinking about us. Thanks.
Do our best to take a picture.
Yes, picture.
Everybody scooch in a little bit. Okay, we'll just squish. All right, here we go.
Muchas gracias. And by the way, I've tasted all of their food. I've been lucky enough. And it's unbelievably amazing. Thank you all so much. That's why they call us the city of gastronomy. All righty. And last but certainly not least, we are going to invite the entire clerk's office and our wonderful clerk, Suzanne, message here. So Yolanda, all of the clerk staff, please try and join us up here. We are celebrating Professional Municipal Clerks Week. Gracias. Hey. Here you go. And if you want to. So on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to proclaim May 4th through May 10th, 2025 to be Professional Municipal Clerks Week in this community. Everyone, we have some more room over here. We're here. Yes, please, don't be shy, don't be shy. You guys help us tremendously, so come and take your flowers. So whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas the professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality, objectivity, and impartiality, rendering equal service to everyone. And whereas the city clerk staff works continuously, meeting after meeting, to create agendas, take meeting minutes, assist constituents with a variety of needs, work closely with council members, and complete an impressive list of duties behind the scenes. And whereas the professional municipal clerks continuously strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the Office of City Clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their city, organizes public meetings with boards, committees, and commissions. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim May 4th to May 10th, 2025 to be Professional Municipal Clerks Week in this community. Yay. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 6th day of May, 2025. Congratulations.
Real quick, I want to thank the Honorable Mayor and members of the council. We haven't done this for several years, and we should. This is the best city clerk staff in the country. I call us a small but mighty department because of all the things we do, and we're one of the only municipalities that still runs our own elections. So I'm going to turn it over to Yolanda Lozano, the Chief Deputy City Clerk, the glue that holds the office together, and my rock for the last 6 months.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Thank you, Suzanne. We really miss her in the office, but we, like she said, we just have to keep plugging along. And it's not about me, it's about my staff, our staff. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we do and put out the work that we put out. And like Suzanne said, we're small but mighty. And yeah, we do a lot of work in our office. So thank you. Thank you for the proclamation. Thank you, staff. You guys are the best. Couldn't do it without you.
All right, we're going to take a picture and then we're off to the races. All righty. I'll wait for the clerk to come. There you go. Pretty? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 129 dated May 6th is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointment in the report?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. And just to be clear, these are motion to approve the appointments of Yesenia Siemens, Jeff Myers Fulgham, and Erna Goldkuhl to the LGBTQ plus commission. Alrighty, so is there any discussion on these appointments? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 124 dated May 6th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities, not position statements on policy issues. I know some of my council colleagues have a summary of current events, but I wanted to take the personal privilege to start and welcome Roque Perez to the council in his new role representing the people of Ward 5. Welcome to our council, Councilmember Roque Perez. Roque was appointed today, and we asked him to stay for the meeting and serve for the rest of the regular council meeting. So we're putting him to work immediately. On a sadder note, I was really sad to hear of the passing of Clarence Boykins. He was instrumental in bringing civil rights leader Rosa Parks to Tucson in 1990. He led the MLK Day Tucson Celebration Committee and pushed Arizona to pass the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. As executive director of the Southern Arizona Black Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Boykins knew the power of supporting Black-owned businesses through innovative events, including the first Saturday market. I met Clarence Boykins in the year 2000. He was an amazing leader in our community. He always had a smile to share. He believed deeply in the power of union and solidarity across issues that affected working families, low-income families, and marginalized community. I will miss him and his wisdom deeply. Also, on a concerning note, like many in our community, I was appalled to hear of the hateful anti-Semitic attack on Shabbat Tucson Young Israel Synagogue. I mentioned this last week in my newsletter, but I think it's worth repeating again. I have been in contact with Rabbi Yehuda Seitlin denouncing this incident. I let him know that the city of Tucson takes hate crimes very seriously. Our city has a history of celebrating all religions and beliefs. We value diversity as Tucsonans. This is not who we are. With that, I'd like to open it up to my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Drell.
Thank you, Mayor. One quick announcement. In the Coronado Heights neighborhood, we're doing a cleanup on Thursday, May 15th, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the Cemetery Wash, right across the street, right across Oracle from the cemetery there. Meet at 3120 North Castro Avenue. Bring water and closed-toe shoes and come help us pick up a bunch of litter. Thank you, Mayor.
Any others? Council Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your remarks and acknowledging Clarence Boykins, also a big loss for our community. Appreciate all the work, all the groundwork that he laid for us to build off of, and he will be sorely missed. I also want to congratulate Rocky for his appointment today. I'm excited to work alongside a young powerhouse who brings a mix of personal connection, policy know-how, and deep integrity. and looking forward to the months he has to represent Ward 5 and work together as we both represent parts of the south side of Tucson. So congratulations, Rocky. Also, this past Monday, May 5th, was National Day of Awareness of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit People. In this day, we honor the lives, this day and every day, we honor the lives of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people whose stories have too often been ignored or erased. This is a day of visibility, but also of grief, resistance, and urgent action. Across the US and here in Arizona, Indigenous women and girls face disproportionately high rates of violence, disappearance, and murder, often with little to no response from law enforcement or the justice system. This crisis is deeply rooted in ongoing colonization, systemic neglect, and invisibilization of Indigenous communities. I want to uplift the advocacy of Indigenous-led organizations like our local Indivisible Tohono and all the matriarchs who have been fighting to bring attention to this issue. The work pushes us to recognize that justice must be community-led, culturally rooted, and survivor-centered. Hope that it's not only a commitment to remembrance, but to transformation by supporting Indigenous leadership, improving data collection and response systems, and demanding accountability from every level of government. May we say their names, carry their memory, and fight like hell for the safety and sovereignty of all Indigenous people. This coming Sunday, May 11th, from 8 to 10, inviting the public to join us for our BC Burros Ride in celebration of Dia de las Madres. We want to roll out to honor the fierce love and care of all the mamas, the caretakers, and community aunties who lift us up. Bring your babies, big and small, and ride alongside fellow Fugistas and neighbors in this joyful tribute to femme and non-binary caretakers. We will be meeting at the Ward 1 office, 940 West Alameda Street at 8 in the morning. We roll out by 8:30. And then on Friday, May 16th, from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m., join the Storm to Shade Tucson Clean and Beautiful in the city of Tucson for a South 12th Avenue cleanup. We will be meeting in the northeast lot of 12th and Drexel. This community event includes a litter pickup and an opportunity to learn about the upcoming green stormwater infrastructure project that will bring new vegetation to portions of South 12th Avenue. And that location is 520 West Drexel Road. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any others? Alrighty, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 125, dated May 6th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. One announcement for tonight, and I spot him in the crowd, so be ready, Mr. Chikowski. I'd like to announce that the Arizona Association of Economic Development honored our very own Mike Chikowski with the prestigious award for Economic Developer of the Year for Large Communities at the recent annual spring conference. Since July of 2012, Mr. Chikowski, Senior Project Manager in the Office of Economic Initiatives, has been responsible for the attraction and expansion of companies large and small. He has negotiated and completed more than 24 development agreements with new companies opening in Tucson and local companies wishing to expand. By the way, that's 24 more than I've done. He also plays an essential role on the city's economic development success by administering the primary jobs incentive program, leading to more than $1.5 billion in capital investment in our community. His success in economic development is on top of his valuable work he has done as the city's annexation manager. Please join me in congratulating Mike on this well-deserved award. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and congratulations, Mr. Chakowski. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 126, dated May 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have one application for a new license and 2 special event applications. For the record, we received a written comment in favor of the application for 5B1. All applications are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 5C1 and 2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Item 6, Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes, Your Honor. For a call to the audience this evening, a number of you submitted a speaker's card asking to speak about the PEEPS program. That will be part of the budget public hearing later in the evening. So we have moved your cards to that. We have them for you. During the call to the audience, the green light on the lower dais will turn on when you begin speaking. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds left. And when your 3 minutes are up, the light will turn on and you will hear a beeping sound. If that happens, please complete your remarks so that the next person can speak. Thank you.
Ms. Clerk, do we have any speakers? Yes. Okay. Alrighty, our first speaker will be Mike Sanchez.
Good evening, Mayor Romero, City Council members, and City Manager. My name is Mike Sanchez, and I serve as business agent for Teamsters Local 104. We represent hardworking men and women who keep Tucson moving, coach operators, and maintenance workers at Suntran, as well as drivers, reservationists, and phone clerks at Sunvan. I am here tonight to remind you that we are approaching contract negotiations with your management company. While we will be negotiating with them at the table, let's be clear, it is you, the City of Tucson, who holds the purse strings. The budget decisions you make in this chamber will directly determine whether our members are treated with dignity and compassion, compensation they deserve, and whether Tucson Public Transit is one that is safe, functional, and respected. This isn't just about wages or benefits. This is about public safety, dignity, and the right of every rider and every worker to get home safely at the end of their day. Recent events, including the murder of Jacob Couch and the disturbing assaults involving young girls at bus stops, have highlighted how dire the situation has become. Our transit system is in crisis, not just because of the operational challenges, but because safety has taken a backseat. Every day, our members are on the front lines. They drive your buses, they maintain the fleet, they help seniors and disabled individuals get to medical appointments, but they cannot and should not be expected to do their job without the assurance of basic safety and support. Our members have been harassed, assaulted, and threatened while simply doing their jobs. Riders are scared too, and this is unacceptable. We urge you to take seriously the need for enhanced safety measures in and around transit. That means a real investment in public safety resources, infrastructure, and personnel, not after the next tragedy, but now. When you make your budget decisions, do not overlook the backbone of your transit system, the workers who serve this community with pride, and the vulnerable riders who depend on them every single day. We will be soon negotiating a contract, and we expect your management company to come to the table with proposals that reflect the support from the city, because it is your responsibility to fund transit in a way that is safe, sustainable, and fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Desi Navarro. Desi Navarro.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. Desi Navarro, one of the Vice Presidents for CWA Local 7000. We too are here to speak to you again about your relationship with your labor unions. We are trying to come to these meetings and raise awareness that the pay you're giving isn't enough, that the benefits you're giving isn't enough, that the way you approach us to negotiate is not enough, and it seems to have fallen on deaf ears. We tell you that we need a sustainable living wage, you come with a 1.2% offer. your workers tell you that there's nobody that's approaching the pay ceilings, and your budget solution is to lower the pay ceilings instead of paying your employees more. You come to us with Small Business Week, and why you don't have money for the employees in these unions when you're giving Home Depot $520,000 in that budget, Bass Pro Shops $280,000, Texas Instruments $729,000, and SkyWest $494,000 for economic stimulation. The money you put into your workforce goes directly back into the community. It goes directly back into the small businesses that you had up here. That's who we should be supporting. I'd also like to remind you that we are more than police and fire. The Teamsters don't work directly for you, but you're responsible for their livelihoods. In your budget, you would like to add 14 new firefighters, and that's at the expense of 13 people from general services, 3 people from housing, 5 from the courts, and 9 from the city manager's office alone. That is not sustainable for your employees. We're already understaffed. We're already underpaid. There was a proposal to pay for the buses by Councilmember Santa Cruz, that's not here, by raising parking fees downtown. Your employees pay those parking fees. Since I've been here in about 9 years with the city, those parking fees have gone up twice. The stipend that we get as your employees to park down here to do our jobs has not gone up 1 dime. I will say that the parity that you guys offered to get your payments equalized across the city so people are not being paid less for the same job as other people. We were told by May 1st we would have employees to know if they were going to get adjustments or not. Instead, they got an email kicking the ball down the field. I will say this, that it is your responsibility as a mayor and council to solve the problems of your city. But these problems are not going to be solved on the backs of your labor. We are not going to pay higher fees to give free buses. We are not going to stand by while you give our employees and our brothers and sisters in the unions 1.2% raises that won't even cover the cost of our raised health care. If you guys think that you are doing what you're supposed to, then have a real labor roundtable. Invite people that work for you, not just friendly laborers, to give you the photos. Listen to what we're saying, give us answers, and have accountability.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro. Robert Royce. Robert Royce.
I'm not happy about 6 months ago, a crew came in, cleared all the vegetation out of the Arcadia pump behind my house, and I was wondering why they did it. About 3 months ago, I found out that, the work crews started arriving, they started pouring piles of dirt, and literally 10 feet from my property line. Heavy equipment rumbling around. I asked one of the workers what's going on. He said, we're putting in wheelchair ramps on the corners. It's like, this is Glen Heights. It was laid out in the 1958 as the most wheelchair-friendly neighborhood in America. There's not a hard curb in the neighborhood. My driveway is exactly the same angle as this $5,000 wheelchair ramp you just installed on my corner. This is the last neighborhood in America that needs a wheelchair ramp because every single curb is a wheelchair ramp already. Now, they came in, they've been hacking up the vegetation. There's like almost 200-year saguaro that's still hanging out, has had its roots hacked. My Palo Verde, which I lovingly planted 10 years ago, has had its taproot literally cut off. All this for wheelchair ramps in the last place in America that needs them, $200,000 flushed down the toilet. And my lifestyle, the dust. This is cement talc. There's a 30-foot slick of it. People are driving through, they're dragging it all over the neighborhood. I've got a 90-plus-year-old neighbor who has never used any cooling but a swamp cooler, and the wind is, he probably hasn't turned it on yet, but he sure will on Saturday. The prevailing wind drives this dust right into his swamp cooler and into his house. My house is covered with this talc, which is caustic, high pH, eats living tissue. And valley fever dust from all these piles and heaps of dirt that they've been casually throwing around. You turn my life into a giant dust bowl. You're literally trying to kill me with caustic talc and valley fever dust, not to mention the noise. I mean, I put up with it when it was like 6 o'clock because I wake up at 5:30 anyway. I got woken up last week at 3:30, beep, 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 40 minutes of clunking. And in any case, this has to end. I am going back into, it's a matter of survival now. It's me or you. You're literally trying to kill me with this toxic stuff and you don't even care and you don't even know.
Mr. Manager, can we follow up on this project? I don't know exactly what type of project it is, but Mr. Royce, we're gonna need your phone number. You didn't have it here, so
Yes,
so we can follow up.
will do.
Jared McMurrick.
Is it this one? Yeah, thanks. How's everybody doing? Yeah, good. Yeah. Hey, listen, I come here as representing AFSHME, and 905 and Ben. He couldn't be here tonight. His daughter had some tooth issues, so he had me come here instead. But, working for the union has been a great experience. It really has been. I've got to meet some of the greatest people in the city, and I just love it. And like a few weeks ago, we met this woman, and she's in leadership, and it was a very interesting meeting, And she was going on about the legal department and how they really protect her and how they do all these foreign things for her. And my job is just to take notes, And overtly, I just said, through my filter, I was like, well, yeah, your Rankin is just like my Doberman. And it was a very odd comment, but I was hoping to have, to share a little bit about it. And I know how she feels, So my dog is a Doberman, and she's real protective, And I took her snake training, and in that whole concept, she put herself between me and the snake, which I thought was just the most fantastic thing. It was really a joy. So I know where this person's kind of coming from, But what interesting thing about dogs is that she also does the same thing to a plastic bag waving in a tree. You know what I mean? She puts herself between me and that bag. But I guess the thing I'm trying to say is sometimes those that want to protect us become a little overzealous. And it's our leadership, like when I pulled down the bag and showed it to my dog, hey, it's just a bag in the wind. It's our leadership that kind of makes it just. And I just wanted to someday hope to remind that person that we still have that accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMurrick. Ariel DeSosi, I believe it is.
Hi, Mayor Romero. Thank you for having me today along with City Council. I'll be brief to let others have time. My name is Ariel DeSoucy. I live and work in Tucson. Since moving here in 2021, I have worked for independent small businesses, so happy to hear these small businesses being celebrated here today. And I'm really honored to be a part of this community. I work in the food, beverage, and hospitality industry, and I've probably sold you a bottle of wine at some point. I'm here today because of Borderlands. It's part of this fabric that makes Tucson so special. While I'm still a newcomer, I don't believe that Punchline Comedy Club is going to bring a significant amount of tax revenue to Tucson, and it's going to decimate some small businesses along the way. I'm here today because you all hold the permits to construction. I walked around downtown Tucson recently and noticed many businesses that are actually closed, including Funky Monk, Hi-Fi, The Scott, aka Pearly Baker Fermentables, Blue Front Grill, the former building that was home to Sand Reckoner, and others scattered along Broadway and Congress. Peach Properties is currently the landlord to many of these tenants, some of whom I've actually worked for. I watched the Rio Nuevo board meeting on YouTube between Live Nation and Rio Nuevo, and to say the least, I was remarkably underwhelmed by their pitch. I do not feel like this is a good investment for Tucson, and I'm unclear as to how and why Rio Nuevo holds the cards in this situation. Rio Nuevo is a TIF district supported by our tax revenue. There's a lot of benefit to organizations that invest in communities like Tucson. However, in this particular case, I feel like these tenants are being edged out. And a large corporation that can't articulate anything about Tucson is on its way in. Additionally, Rio Nuevo controls much of the funding to its partners and projects. If there are retaliatory acts against Rio Nuevo, either verbally or in video, they can leverage their funding to community partners, further adding to the pain caused by the entire Tucson community. Furthermore, Rio Nuevo does not necessarily abide to the TIF district, as they have provided enormous resources to, for example, Corbett's, which technically falls outside of the TIF district. In an article from March 2018, Fletcher McCusker was quoted as saying, "There's a motto that I can't repeat on the radio, but we like the idea of keeping Tucson a little edgy, Austin-like, Portland-like, and that includes this mix of kind of unusual opportunities." This trend has continued, and I didn't move to Austin, and I didn't move to Portland. I moved to Tucson because Tucson is special. I urge you all to take a deeper dive into the funding mechanisms and reasons behind Rio Nuevo's selection of who they fund and who they don't, what tenants can apply for funding and which tenants cannot, which tenants have applied for funding and have been denied resources when they have effortlessly created this Tucson that is just so amazing. I yield my time. Thank you so much.
JP Salvatierra. JP Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor.
You use
My
the
name
taller mic, JP, the taller mic.
Is it a fact that this mic is
The taller mic, that
non-compliant
one
with-
doesn't work. Thank you.
As a point of information, I'd like to make mention of the fact that for more than 5 years, that mic has not been functional and it's not ADA compliant. And we need to do something about it. Even a simple Bluetooth mic that you use on musical events is more than adequate. Please, protect us. My name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I'm here again to denounce Tucson Electric Power. I don't know if anyone else knows, but TEP and APS have applied for taking one of their old defunct coal burning facilities and turning it into a nuclear facility. As one of the most profitable nonprofit organizations, they must turn information and act in a way that contributes to the community, turning back some of that profit. So it's just not a free gratis thing. Bending over backward to renew TEP's franchise agreement rejects the public's and the electorate that denies its own authority by rejecting the public acclamation and the views that we've espoused over and over and over again. That's why 414 didn't pass. That's why TEP's franchise agreement did not pass. Please do not shove this down our throat. We have a better solution. Instead of a $300,000 or $300,000 consulting firm cost, I Googled during a recession of public ownership as a municipal public bond acquisition of an energy provider is a stable asset. During a recession, acquiring an energy provider via municipal bond generally considered a relatively stable investment, according to Investments News. Municipal bond banked by taxes and revenue stream like utilities income are safe investments. I'd also like to mention that TEP's murder poles can be replaced with that same easement right-of-way with a twin 161 kV.
Mr. Salvatierra, the time is up. Please reach your
right.
conclusion.
We need to think further ahead, and we cannot be constrained by TEP. They are...
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, that was our last speaker on item 6. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through G.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is amending the Tucson Code, Section 20-179, one-way streets and alleys to convert a portion of Mountain Avenue and an alley between Mountain Avenue and Santa Rita Avenue from two-way traffic to one-way traffic. Item C will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Dahl. It's amending Tucson Code Sections 20-140 to 20-143 to reduce speed limits on various roadways within the city limits. Item D is relating to the Downtown Tucson Enhanced Municipal Services Improvement District, the bid, approving the Downtown Tucson Partnership Annual Work Plan and Budget for fiscal year 2026, expressing an intent to levy assessments for fiscal year 2026 on the property within the bid, setting a public hearing and directing staff to publish and mail notice to bid property owners as required by law, and declaring an emergency. Item E is the issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds for the Lariat Village project by the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Tucson. Item F is a final plat, TD DIV 0424037, Grant Road Park 2, lots 1 through 3. And item G is an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Tucson and the Arizona Board of Regents on behalf of the University of Arizona. There is a correction to the agreement on that item. Section 1.6 of the agreement under background references TPD when it should say TFD. We're referring to fire alarms. That correction will be made on the final document.
And so may I get a motion, please?
So moved. Seconded.
Our first second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, we do need to get a roll call.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Cunningham is absent excused. Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Perez?
Aye.
McSulik? Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. And we are considering a consent agenda item separately. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled this item because there was a last-minute concern about the lowering of the speed limit on First Avenue. The business owner couldn't be here. He sent us an email, so some of you may have read it. I'm going to summarize some of his concerns. He's concerned that First Avenue is a major north-south that services the foothills all the way into Tucson, and at 30 miles per hour, it would be the lowest speed limit for a north-south arterial in the city. Tributaries such as Prince Road and Fort Lowell would have higher speed limits. He believes lowering the speed limit would cause commuters to take alternative routes, hurting businesses. He thinks that the majority of accidents occur at intersections and not the straightways, that red light runners are the major contributors. And I asked our director, Sam Credio, from the Department of Transportation and Mobility to address these so that we have an understanding before we take it for a vote.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. First Avenue is a corridor that we know has documented safety issues. In fact, it is one of our major corridor projects as part of the RTA plan. But that plan is several years away. And so in conversations with Councilmember Dahl, as well as with our staff, we know that we can't wait for those improvements and we have to start making some corrective action now. One of the known safety measures that can be done is the reduction of speed. As part of the evaluation of the corridor to identify interim improvements to be made, we hired a consultant to do some evaluation, and they identified speed as being a contributing factor to 102 crashes and 4 fatal crashes between 2019 and 2023. We also know that when a pedestrian is struck by a vehicle, that for every 1 mile per hour that vehicle is going, it increases exponentially the possibility that a pedestrian is going to survive a fatal crash. We've used documented evaluation tools to identify the proposed speed limits that are included for this item. I also want to note that in response to some of the concerns that were raised, we did take a look at the crash data along the corridor. And while 2/3 of the crashes are indeed at intersections, about 1/3 are along the corridor. And we know that there is high density, there's a high propensity for pedestrians to be traveling across the roadway. And that is why we made the recommendation to lower the speed limit on both segments of First Avenue. I'm available to answer any other questions, Councilmember.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, my colleagues. I would like to move that we approve and adopt ordinance number 12161.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. Do we need a roll call? Let's get a roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mixulic? Aye. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes by 6-0. Alrighty, so we move on to item 8.
2025 Heat Awareness Week Resolution, Resolution number 23911.
City Manager's Communication number 133 dated May 6th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23911 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23911 relating to the Office of the City Manager designating May 5th, 2025 through May 9th, 2025 as Heat Season Awareness Week and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move that we pass and adopt resolution number 23911.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. And before we go to roll call, I have plenty to say about this. We do have a resolution, and we do have people here in the audience that are joining us to bring awareness to heat and how heat is so dangerous in our community. So in anticipation, I know this week is beautiful, I know the weather is gorgeous, but pretty soon we're going to be suffering 100+ degree weather, and we need to prepare as a community. So, you know, the heat season is coming up. The City of Tucson, in partnership with Pima County, want to make sure that we're raising awareness of the dangers of extreme heat. Tucson is one of the fastest warming cities in the country, with increasing heat days and record-breaking temperatures. In 2024 alone, Pima County recorded 118 heat-related deaths, with most of them occurring outdoors. The heat is not only intensifying, it's lasting longer. In fact, last summer, Tucson endured over 110 days of temperatures over 100 degrees. The impacts of extreme heat disproportionately affect vulnerable populations first and worse. This includes seniors, children, outdoor workers, pregnant women, the unhoused, and low-income communities. As the frequency and severity of extreme heat events continue to increase, raising public awareness about heat-related risks and protective actions has become critically important. Adopting this resolution to designate May 5th through May 9th as Heat Awareness Week is a key step in promoting community-wide education, preparedness, and resilience against the impacts of extreme heat. Through these ongoing efforts, City of Tucson continues to demonstrate its commitment to proactive, equitable, and collaborative heat resilience planning. Since last year's Heat Awareness Week, and since adopting the Heat Action Roadmap in this mayor and council, these are some of the city's key initiatives that we've led in. We hosted the first ever Southern Arizona Heat Summit in the winter of 2024. We followed up this winter with the second annual Heat Summit, and it was attended by health professionals, emergency managers, utilities, labor unions, community members, and climate experts. We signed a heat protection administrative directive on May 20th, 2024, establishing internal operational practices to safeguard city employees and facilitate extreme heat events. We adopted our award-winning heat action roadmap on June 4th, 2024, followed by the heat protection ordinance, which imposed heat protection requirements on city contractors. We distributed more than 900 heat relief kits to vulnerable populations during the summer of 2024. We established cooling centers throughout the city during the summer of '24 to provide safe, accessible spaces during heat events. We actively prepared for this year, the 2025 summer season, building on lessons learned and expanded outreach, resources, and services to protect public health and safety. Public transit is free to help residents reach cooling centers. The city's Housing First program deploys a mobile shower unit at key locations. We have policies such as the Complete Streets and Green Streets policies to aim to increase green space, walkability, and micromobility options, not to mention our Tucson Million Trees initiative, the city's Storm to Shade program, and some of our most dynamic heat mitigation strategies. Public education campaigns and social media updates and partnerships with the local community to increase awareness is so important. So it's not just Pima County and the city of Tucson and others, but it is you all that will help us with this heat season. Take care of yourselves, take care of your kids, of your partners, especially if they work outdoors. Please keep an eye on your neighbors, especially if they're seniors, to make sure that they're well protected, that they have the correct information to be able to survive another heat season in the city of Tucson. So with that, I want to thank and appreciate and recognize Telma Magallanes, Adriana Zuniga, Ellie Hutchinson, and other members of the city's Heat Action Committee, Margarita Herrera from Poder Casas Móviles, Courtney Slanaker from Red Cross, Taylor Lee, Manuel Riz from the Josefina Ahumada Worker Center, and other labor representatives who are helping us put together all of these action pieces to help our community. So what I'm gonna do, even though this is just a regular agenda item, I'm gonna go up there and recognize a few people that have helped with putting this resolution together and that are key to helping us with Heat Awareness Week. And if I can call up while I go up there, please go up to the mic. Fatima Luna, our Chief Resilience Officer, Karina Martinez, who's part of our team, Malini Roy, Haley Hughes, Telma Magallanes, Adriana Zuniga, Ellie Hutchinson, Margarita Herrera, Courtney Slanaker, Taylor Lee, and Manuel Ruiz. And if you want to join me up there, please. So anyone want to join me? I would be more than happy, and I'm going to read this resolution. Hey, Poder Casas Móviles are here. Please join us over here on this side. Over here. Thank you. Thank you so much for your work and your advocacy and the work that you do to bring attention to this issue. Muchas gracias por todo lo que hacen para traer atención a esta importante información. So I'm going to read the resolution. Whereas extreme heat is the leading weather-related cause of death in the state of Arizona and the leading weather-related killer nationally. And whereas extreme heat is more likely to cause serious impacts, including life-threatening conditions amongst vulnerable populations, including children, older adults, pregnant people, people with chronic illnesses, individuals experiencing homelessness or without access to adequate cooling, and those who otherwise lack refuge from the heat, those who work outside, take part in outdoor activities, and whereas extreme heat poses challenges to public health, quality of life, energy efficiency, and economic vitality across the city. And whereas in 2024, Pima County experienced 101 certified heat-related deaths and 787 hospital visits due to heat-related illnesses, underscoring the escalating public health crisis posed by extreme heat and the increasing demand on emergency medical services. And whereas Tucson resident or visitor can be susceptible to heat-related illness, and whereas addressing extreme heat is a core concern of the city of Tucson, as demonstrated by the adoption in 2024 and ongoing implementation of the city's first heat action roadmap, the Heat Advisory Committee, the Heat Protection Ordinance, and an administrative directive for city workers. Whereas the City of Tucson, in collaboration with regional partners and stakeholders, is actively preparing for the 2025 heat season through coordinated initiatives, strategic siting and operation of cooling centers, public awareness campaigns, and heat relief kit distribution efforts. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Tucson, Arizona as follows. Section 1, the mayor and council hereby designate May 5th, 2025 through May 9th, 2025 as Heat Awareness Week in this community. Thank you all so much for your work. Do you want to say something? Anyone want to say something? Add to the commentary? Something simple. We don't fight. You are doing a lot of work.
Honorable Mayor and Council and members of the public, thank you on behalf of everyone that's working on heat resiliency. I'm from the American Red Cross, and we're so grateful to have a city and county that put the emphasis on how important heat safety is. To emphasize, heat affects everybody. While there's populations that are more vulnerable, nobody is immune from the heat. And so collectively, we need to come together to protect each other from the impacts of heat, knowing it's not going away. And it's not a visible hazard like a tornado. It's all around us. One of the most effective ways to do that is get to know your neighbor. So that's our call to the public today, is please get to know your neighbor so that we can take care of one another. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, so if there's no further discussion, I know, but I have to ask if there's further discussion. If there's no further discussion, we need to go to roll call.
I move that we pass resolution 23911. I don't think we did.
Oh, we didn't have a motion. We had a
Oh,
motion.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Mr. Dahl.
Okay. It was so long
This is
ago, I
Lisa.
forgot.
Enthusiastically.
So there was a motion and a second, and there was like a half an hour of discussion.
I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted from heat.
We'll
start with Mr. Dahl. Mrs. Lee. Aye. Mr. Perez.
Aye.
McSulik.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
And Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23911 passes by a vote of 6-1. Thank you all so much for letting us do that. Item 9.
Public hearing, public comments regarding the presented city manager's recommended budget for fiscal year 2026.
City Manager's Communication Number 134, dated May 6th, is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the city's recommended budget. Will staff be making a brief presentation?
No, Mayor, no presentation tonight.
Alrighty. So this public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, whom you are representing, and whether you're a paid speaker. We have quite a bit of people wanting to speak, so if you can keep it to less than 5 minutes just to give an opportunity for others to speak, please make sure that you do that. And if you hear someone say exactly the same thing that you were intending to say, please try to limit your comments. But We will be here for an hour and are here to listen. Our first speaker is Marisa Johnson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Marisa Johnson, and I am a Tucson citizen, small business owner, and mom to a 3-year-old. I've come here to talk about the importance of funding high-quality early childhood education and scholarships through the PEEPS program. My son's name is August, and he attends Tucson Community School, a child-centered, play-based preschool that has been around for 75 years. August's father, Patrick, is the owner of a local screen printing business, Cream, and since COVID, we've very much felt the strain of the economic climate. We are big believers in supporting our community and investing locally. I stopped working when August was born, and we've been trying to cobble together childcare with family because outside care was too cost prohibitive for us. When August was 2 years old, we took a tour of Tucson Community School, and seeing the level of respect the teachers and administrators put into action with the preschoolers made it clear that we had to send August there. I was told that TCS offered 2 types of scholarships, Quality First and PEEPS. The only reason we were able to attend TCS this year was because we qualified for financial aid, and our ability to return next year is contingent on the PEEPS scholarships being available. I know that these times are incredibly difficult, and I appreciate the gravity of the task ahead of you all, because the budget is a delicate balance and a communication of what you and your constituents value. I'm here to remind you that one of the values our community rests on is dedication to quality care and schooling for our youngest and most vulnerable children. The Mayor and Council has a great track record of valuing and funding early childhood education. In January 2024, you adopted the Regional Partnership Prosperity Initiative with policies that reduce generational poverty, including increasing access to affordable, high-quality childcare and education for low-income families. And on April 1st, 2024, you declared a Childhood Education Awareness Week, noting that participation in high-quality education saves taxpayer dollars, makes working families more economically secure, and prepares children to succeed in school, earn higher wages, and live healthier lives. In addition, you said that working families need robust subsidies, scholarships, and tax credits that support the true cost of quality early childhood education. It appears that the current budget proposal has cut the entire $800,000 of PEEPS funding, but we know that defunding education today will have negative consequences tomorrow, and that reduced spending on young children and families will increase future general fund costs, including social services and healthcare. So I implore you, please help me and other parents continue to work in our community and let our children, during the most crucial developmental periods of their lives, have access to quality education. Please put your values into action and model at our city level the investments that you hope that the county, state, and country will also make in our children. Please continue to support the youngest citizens and their families through access to programs like PEEPS. Thank you.
Sabrian Martinez, I think it's Sabrian Martinez.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor Regina and the City Council, staff. My name is Sabrian Martinez, and I have been around for a very long time in early care and education. I live in Tucson. I currently am a consultant for the Colores Learning Center in Tucson, and I consult for other centers. I'm a national observer for early childhood. I've been in this realm for very, very many years, and I'm also a professor at a college. What really amazes me is every time, I've been fighting this battle for over 40 years. Every time there's a budget cut, seems like early childhood is the first one that goes. I don't know why. We should be protecting the most vulnerable of our children. We know studies have shown, all the studies have shown that the early care and education time, 0 to 5, is the most crucial time of brain development. Brain development. Why are we not putting that emphasis? I know that the city of Tucson has been very, very generous in many years. I am here to please ask you to think what PEEPS does. Where I work, where I consult at, we have some clients that are going to school. They are trying to become better in society so that they can provide for their children. And these PEEP scholarships gives them that opportunity because they're putting their children in high quality care centers, care. If they don't have this, they will go where I call underground childcare. Underground childcare is probably staying with an aunt and uncle, nothing wrong with that. But what is the development of the brain? What is the development of the social emotional, which is something that now schools are emphasizing that before they come into school that the child should be able to do this. To have the support for a teacher, a preschool teacher. One thing that you know, and I'm sure you know, is a child deserves consistency and be constant. So when a child does not have that, if the parent cannot have a place where they can take the child on a daily basis to see the same teacher, we become to have behavioral issues. Why? I'm not sure where I'm going today. Those are very important points for us where we are at. I always think about this. I've always felt that we pay now or we pay later. And I think the investment that we do in our children, we always say children are our future, but what do we really do about that? In the center where I'm at right now, I see the parents struggle because they cannot pay the tuition. This PEEP scholarships is not many that are there that we have because there's not that much. $800,000 is not a lot to go for a lot of kids, as you well know. But they have that opportunity. That child has, they have home-cooked meals, a breakfast, a snack, a lunch, a snack, and a dinner. They have people they have teachers that have been educated in early care and education that are working with them, developing the appropriate practices, are there to hold their hand when they come in the morning missing their mom because their mom has to go to work. I had a little boy the other day that was so cute. I says, it's okay, honey, your mom's she just went to work. He goes, she's not at work, she's going to school. And I was like, I says, you're right, your mom's going to school. I said, so you can be we went on with a little story. What I'm asking you today is to consider as you're doing your budget, don't cut, allocate. Allocate, add to our most vulnerable citizens that you have in the United States of America, which is our children. Not only because I have been around for 40-some years in this, I have fought this battle forever, but I'm asking you to think, who do we want to lead you? Who's going to be the next Mayor Regina? Who's going to be the next council person? And how do they get there? Early care and education. I ask you today to think about that. I thank you for your time. I hope that you do remember that we're going to pay now. Don't pay later when they're in prison. I don't want the children to have an education when they're in prison. I want it now. So I'm asking you to consider, allocate the PEEPS program because it is the most valuable thing that a person that wants to get educated can have. Thank you.
Lee Ziechki, I'm sorry. I am not doing a good job with your last name, so please let us know.
Hi, I'm Lee Zishi. I live in Tucson in Ward 1 in Barrio Santa Rita. I'm not being paid. I represent myself. And I'm here tonight to sincerely ask you, Mayor and members of City Council, to listen to the will of the voters who rejected Prop 414 and the Tucson community members who have filled out surveys and taken time out of their busy lives to attend public meetings on the budget. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Tucson DSA, and we were proud to be a part of the No Prop 414 Coalition and hold community events and canvass in order to have conversations with Tucsonans about how we want our tax dollars spent. The city manager's proposed budget to increase Tucson Police Department funding by $8.6 million while slashing funding for other vital services like PEEPS completely disregards the will of voters who rejected Prop 414. If you look at the budget survey data and look specifically at people who registered and live in Tucson, the overwhelmingly chose affordable housing as the top priority and went less funding to go to the police department, which already receives 1/3 of the budget, the biggest chunk of it, if cuts need to be made. People who live outside of Tucson, who filled out the survey, however, are the ones who want more funding for police and to cut free transit, Who do you represent? The people who live in Tucson or the people who filled it outside of Tucson? So please take a really close look at that data. You mentioned extreme heat. Just a couple weeks ago, when we were experiencing record high temperatures in early April, I saw TPD and COS officers kick an unhoused woman out of the shade on the sidewalk a block from Santa Rita Park. She was a tiny old woman, and she dragged all of her belongings down the block in the blazing sun. I want my tax dollars spent on helping someone like that, not harming them the way I watched TPD and the COS officers do, pushing her out into deadly heat. I moved to Tucson a little over 2.5 years ago, and my partner is from here and wanted to come home. When people ask me what I like most about living in Tucson, I always say community. You know, the mountains are great, it's beautiful nature, but it's really about community is what I love about Tucson. I know thousands of Tucsonans rejected Prop 414 because it didn't represent our values rooted in community care. I also know many of them are not here today because they are fed up with attending meetings like this, speaking out, and their concerns are not listened to, and survey data is misrepresented. What does it say about our belief in the future of Tucson if we're willing to gut $750,000 for a childhood education program, but increase police funding? To a child from a low-income family, it says Tucson will prioritize criminalizing you over educating you. That's not the Tucson I love and believe in. Please protect the critical lifelines for the working class and most vulnerable Tucsonans like PEEPS and free transit. Pay your union workers who keep this city running. Don't listen to the small but loud minority that want us to fear our unhoused neighbors and promote a vision of scarcity and individualism. Please reject the city manager's budget, which prioritizes harm over humanity. Please believe in a Tucson that uses our resources to care for all of our community at a time when the federal government wants to criminalize so many and devastate public services. And also check out the amazing public power poster that was designed by Patrick, who owns Cream, and think about taking over TEP. Have a good one. Thank you.
Jay Desai. Jay Desai. Jay Desai. All right, we're going to skip that one. What name was it? Jay Desai. Okay, there you go.
Hello, Mayor Regina Romero and the members of council. Rocco Perez, congrats on your appointment today. I, Jay Desai, a local hotelier in the city of Tucson, stand before you today along with many of our hoteliers that own hotel properties in the city of Tucson regarding the proposed increase in the hotel surtax. While I understand the importance of funding local infrastructure and community programs, I urge you to consider the far negative effects that this surcharge could have on both the local economy and the hospitality industry. I'm going to touch base on 6 topics that this proposed increased hotel surtax will have on our local hospitality market. Number 1, the increased cost for travelers. The most immediate and visible impact of an increased hotel surtax will be a higher cost for visitors. Tourists often choose destination based on affordability, and adding an additional financial burden will lead to a decrease in tourism. For many travelers, these extra fees might seem minor, but when aggregated, they contribute to a substantial increase in the overall cost of their stay. This may drive potential visitors to seek more affordable alternatives in neighboring regions outside of the city of Tucson, where surtaxes are not as high, such as Marana, Oro Valley, or hotels located in the Pima County. Second topic is reduced competitiveness in the tourism market. In an era where travel options are plentiful and easily accessible, many destinations compete for a share of the tourism market. An increase in the hotel surtax may make our city region less attractive compared to other destinations that maintain a more affordable pricing structure. With travel becoming more accessible globally, a higher surtax could push tourists to seek alternatives where their money can stretch further. As a result, not only hotels, but restaurants and other businesses could see a decrease in patronage, ultimately harming the local economy. This includes the small business owners that were in the hall today. Job losses in the hospitality industry is another topic I want to touch base. The hotel industry is a significant employer in our community, and higher surtaxes could lead to a reduction in tourism activity. Lower demand for rooms means lower occupancy rates, and this could lead to cutbacks in staffing. This has the potential to result in job losses for employees in hotels, which can create a domino effect to restaurants and other related sectors, many of whom rely on tourism for their livelihoods. As businesses struggle to stay afloat, employees may face reduced hours, lower wages, or even unemployment. Fourth topic is disincentivizing long-term stays. Increasing the hotel surtax disproportionately affects those who stay for extended periods, such as business travelers, people visiting family in Tucson, individuals attending conferences, traveling nurses, or contract work. These guests typically spend more money at local businesses, yet are most likely to be discouraged by these added taxes. The higher the surcharge, the less likely it becomes that the visitors will opt in for longer stays, which can be a key source of revenue for the hospitality industry here. This can reduce local economic activity and limit the revenue potential of our local businesses. Smaller profitability margins year over year is another item that we're facing in the hospitality industry in Tucson. Hotels operate on tighter margins, and an increase in hotel surtax will place us at a significant disadvantage. Year over year, we hoteliers have faced increased costs in all sectors from utilities, payroll, property taxes, insurance, which has gone up 40% from previous years, higher interest rates, and credit card processing fees. Our revenues have also declined 15 to 20% from 2023 to 2024, and another 15 to 20% from 24 going into this year. We're unable to raise our prices to the same level as inflation or rising operational costs due to the diversity of lodging options available, such as Airbnb and short-term rentals, who are not on the same level playing field, not paying lodging taxes or surcharges. Many hotel owners within the city of Tucson are also small business owners, just like who came here with me, and whose sole income is just from the hotel operations. And potential negative impact on local residents. While the surtax is primarily aimed at passing the cost on to our guests, it's important to remember that many local residents rely on the tourism industry for their income. As tourism declines due to higher costs, the negative effect rippled through the entire economy. Local businesses may struggle, leading to job losses for people who may have nothing to do with the tourism industry. Furthermore, the increased cost of staying at local hotels may discourage residents from hosting friends, family members, which could also strain social connections and create a less welcoming community. In conclusion, while raising hotel surtaxes may provide a short-term financial relief for the city, the long-term effects could be far more damaging. We must carefully consider the consequences of such a decision on tourism, jobs, small businesses, and the overall economic health of our community. I urge you to explore the alternative sources of funding and do not place a burden solely on tourists or the shoulders of our local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cian Lemon or Lennon? Cian Lennon, I believe it is.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor.
Could you speak directly into the mic? Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight regarding the hotel tax structure. Again, my name is Sue Lemon. I do not live in the city of Tucson limits. I represent Focus Hospitality Management. My company has 3 hotels in Tucson, one within the city of Tucson limits at Auto Mall Drive and Oracle Road, Comfort Suites at Tucson Mall. The other 2 hotels are just 2 miles north on Oracle Road in the county. I've been in the Tucson hospitality industry for 30 years. My area of expertise is sales and marketing. And I've experienced firsthand how our current tax structure directly harms our local economy. Tucson's current hotel tax structure is the highest tax lodging market in Arizona, and it creates a significant competitive disadvantage. I want to share today my experiences of lost business with the group and convention markets. I've not only lost business to cities and other states, but I've also lost groups and conventions to Pima County hotels. These are not anomalies. These are more of the norm, and some of the examples include military reunion planners, religious group organizers that are concerned about additional costs for their attendees, so they choose properties outside of the city limits. College sports teams, colleges are cost conscious. They need to be fiscally responsible. In long-term projects where companies are scrutinizing all of their expenses. These are lost business for the city of Tucson hotels. These examples are anywhere from 30 rooms to 300 plus room bookings that we've lost. I'm one hotelier in the city of Tucson. I'm with 15 other hoteliers in Tucson that can share similar stories of business loss. I previously worked at a county hotel, and when I worked at that county hotel, I highlighted the absence of the bed tax at my county hotel. And it was one of my most effective selling points when I was selling against a City of Tucson hotel. And the strategy worked because the cost difference was substantial and I won business. Jay shared, with all this lost revenue, it's not only the hotels that lose, it's our restaurants in Tucson, it's our transportation, it's our attractions, it's our retailers. As you allow me to share my concerns today, I would also be remiss if I did not share that I'm a proud supporter of Visit Tucson. I've been a member for 30 years. I keep in close contact. Their work is extraordinary. I see firsthand at my City of Tucson hotel their efforts, and I see it on a regular basis. I feel that any redirection of funds from tourism promotion would cost our community and all of the City of Tucson hotels. Lastly, as I stated, I work for a locally owned company. They're deep-rooted in Tucson. My employer demonstrates a kind spirit and a strong sense of community. I'm grateful to work for this company. And in exchange for allowing me to be with this company, I'm committed to him to ensure his hotels perform optimally, and that includes maintaining profitability. And I will tell you, it is more difficult with my City of Tucson hotel because of this tax. I ask today, respectfully, that you please recognize that our current tax structure already places City of Tucson hotels at a competitive disadvantage. And I ask that you would reject any proposals that would further increase this burden. And lastly, I ask that you maintain funding for Visit Tucson. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
J.D. Butler. J.D. Butler.
Hello. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is J.D. Butler. I am not currently a resident of the City of Tucson, and I am here on behalf of the Arizona Lodging and Tourism Association. Thank you all so much for allowing us the time to speak tonight. I'm here to contribute to the voices you just heard, to respectfully ask you not to raise the hotel motel surcharge. Tucson is the only city in Arizona that has this per night surcharge. And that's on top of existing city, county, and state taxes, which total about 12%. Again, now you put another $4 on top of that, and it becomes very difficult to attract businesses that stimulate the economy. That extra dollar adds up really quickly for the large bookings that Sue was just talking about. These are your group bookings, your conferences, and your special events. These are precisely the types of businesses that drive critical visitor spending into the local economy. And when visitors are coming, their economic impact goes far beyond the hotel room they're paying for. It's our restaurants, it's the stores, and it's the local attractions. According to the Arizona Office of Tourism, in 2023, Pima County saw $3.5 billion, that's billion with a B, in direct visitor spending. That generated about $227 million in tax revenue. By comparison, the proposed surcharge increase is estimated to generate only about $2 million. And that's before considering potential declines in demand due to rising costs or an economic slowdown. This proposal has also emerged in the context of efforts to sustain fare-free public transportation. It's important to remember that this surcharge goes into the general fund. It's not dedicated to transit. If the goal is to maintain vital services like police, fire, and educational programs, we must also consider the broader economic ecosystem that supports those programs. You've already heard from some of our local leaders, and again, you'll see plenty of support from others in the community. And I would urge you to consider the broader economic uncertainty that this proposal brings. We're all navigating rising costs, some changes to travel behaviors, and economic headwinds. The JLBC just last month projected significant budget pressures, and I know you're all hearing these things too. They urged caution amid widespread economic uncertainty. In uncertain times, pricing ourselves out of the market is a risk we just can't afford. Raising the surcharge may even end up reducing total revenues if it leads to fewer bookings and reduced economic activity for years to come. And that's the kind of second-order impact we can't afford to risk. At the same time, I want to emphasize the importance of maintaining robust support for Visit Tucson. I've been told that during the pandemic, this council took the brave decision, stood apart from others, and protected tourism funding, and that helped the region recover faster than many of its peers. We know that for every $1 invested in the organization, they return about $24 into the regional economy. And that is exactly the kind of investment we should continue and protect. Tourism has long been a driver of growth throughout Arizona. And let's not jeopardize that success with a short-term measure that could bring lasting harm into Tucson's economy. I respectfully urge you to pause the proposed surcharge increase until a proper economic impact study can be conducted, and to also continue support for Visit Tucson's region to help keep the region competitive and welcoming to visitors. We've heard a lot about the importance of local businesses, as well as a proclamation for National Economic Development and Small Business Week. And I think that this is exactly the sort of activity that risks undermining those efforts. I call on you to protect Tucson's tourism economy. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Benjamin Collinsworth. Benjamin Collinsworth.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members. My name is Benjamin Collinsworth. I am proud to say that since 2006, I have lived in Tucson. I'm even prouder to say that since 2014, I have been a preschool teacher in the Flowing Wells Unified School District. Thank you. I am unpaid tonight as a speaker, and I am barely paid as a teacher. I'm here tonight representing the preschool, the early childhood educators of Pima County and the families that we serve. It's such an honor. I'm filled with gratitude tonight to be able to speak to you, and I'm so unfortunate and sad to say that I need to use my teacher voice. In fact, very sadly, it is time for some behavior management. In fact, I need to utter that dreaded phrase that most of us hate to hear from any teacher, which is with some of you, I am very disappointed in your choices. To propose a budget that removes access to quality early childhood education for families in Tucson, no thank you, friend. Try again. To limit the ability to work and support families for marginalized communities within Pima County, catch an absolute bubble. Turn on your listening ears. I don't want to take up too much time because I know you're going to hear from some more people in the same position. Lastly, I want to say in all seriousness, I do not envy the task of creating a city budget. I know it is a delicate and a difficult thing. But what I also know is that when you are faced with admittedly difficult decisions, the place that you do not start is families of young children. You do not take things away from families of young children. Thank you for this opportunity. Do better and be better. Thank you.
Tiffany Boquacelli Faye. Tiffany Boquacelli Faye. I'm so sorry. I'm completely messing up the names over here, but please tell us your name.
My name is Tiffany Boquacelli Faye. I'm not a resident of the city of Tucson. I am here on behalf of the Amphi School District. I'm the Director of Early Childhood for Amphi School District.
Dear Mayor Romero and esteemed council members, on behalf of the Amphi School District and the families we serve, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your investment in the Pima Early Education Program scholarships, or better known as PEEPs. Your commitment to funding early childhood education is making a profound impact on the lives of your youngest learners and their families in this community. Through this initiative, 54 children within our district are receiving access to high-quality preschool education, an opportunity that many families could not otherwise afford. As you know, research consistently shows that early childhood education is critical to a child's development. By investing in these programs, you're not only enhancing the academic readiness of the children, but also contributing to their long-term success in school and life. But why does this really truly matter? Why investing in early childhood education creates upward mobility for providing all children with a solid foundation from long-term success in life. Children who receive a high-quality early childhood education are more likely to earn higher wages, live healthier lives, avoid incarceration, raise strong families, and contribute to their society. The benefits of high-quality programs from birth through 5 do not end with one child, but instead extend to their entire family now and in generations to come. Our local chief of police, Chad Kazmar, wrote an op-ed in Arizona Daily Star, and he stated that to fight crime, homelessness, drug abuse, and poverty, your return on investment is in early childhood education. If the city of Tucson truly wants the 805-705 to thrive, their citizens to live healthier, more productive, and prosperous lives, then funding early childhood education is a must. As our district continues to improve its academic standing, programs like PEEPs play a vital role in this progress. Please continue to be our partner in this initiative that will make generations of Tucsons thrive. We respectfully request your continued support by approving the $750,000 investment to not only sustain and expand this invaluable program. The greatest gift a child can receive is a high-quality education, and by supporting PEEPs, we are laying the foundation for future generations of learners, leaders, and community members. Thank you once again for your support and for making a lasting difference in the lives of our students and the broader community. Thank you very much.
Bill Beck. Bill Beck.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Bill Burke. I live just out of the city of Tucson. I work throughout the city of Tucson and Pima County. I work for a company called Small Miracles Education. We run 17 preschools throughout Arizona. 10 of them are in this area and are eligible for PEEP scholarships. I know you've been made aware of several of the things regarding PEEP scholarships, including that schools have to obtain a certain level of quality to participate. All 10 of our schools in the area have achieved that quality, and 60% of them are 5-star centers, which is the highest that you can get, which is no thanks to me, it's thanks to the teachers in the classrooms who are doing the hard work. When we think back to COVID and we think of the investment that was made not only by the city of Tucson and Pima County and the state of Arizona, there was huge investment made in ensuring that early childhood education survived the pandemic. In other words, when everybody went back to work, there was still healthy, wonderful, safe, and educational places for kids to go. And now that the pandemic's gone and the money is gone, you all have very difficult choices to make, which we all recognize. But when our directors, and myself included, we're getting calls every day about, do you have a PEEP scholarship? Do you have a PEEP scholarship? Do you have a PEEP scholarship? Last year, we lost about 30% of our scholarships because of the way that funding worked, PEEPs and otherwise. And having to make the decision of who gets to send their child to receive a high-quality education and who doesn't is a horrible decision for anybody to have to make. And so I feel like those of us in the room, in the audience who made those decisions already face similar decisions to the one that you're making as far as budget goes. The thing that I want to point out, which other speakers have not, is right now, state of Arizona, you can get child care subsidy. That's the backbone of our industry, of our system. Since August 1st, any family who wants to get a subsidy and qualifies for a subsidy cannot get one because the state of Arizona implemented a wait list, which we call a denial list, because when somebody leaves, nobody else gets in. So right now, there's almost 5,000 children on the wait list statewide. Many of those reside here in our area who otherwise could qualify for a subsidy. They can't, so now there's even more interest, more need for PEEPs. So I know it's not fair for the city of Tucson to make up for what the state is failing, but we have for years been the drivers in early childhood education. Some folks who've spoken here already, 40 years, like I've learned a lot from you. And we've finally achieved success over the last few years with PEEPs and Quality First and many things. We just can't go backwards. We can't. You have a very difficult decision to make, but please continue to fund the program. And while everybody else is asking for $750,000, I'm gonna ask for $1.5 million because we've got the kids who can spend the money. Thank you.
Maria Martinez. Maria Martinez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Romero, council members, and city manager. My name is Mari Martinez, and I am a PEEPS preschool teacher at Ocotillo Learning Center in the Sunnyside School District. My classroom is funded by the city of Tucson. I am here to advocate for continued funding of the PEEPS program. Currently, at Ocotillo, we have 4 PEEPS classrooms, 2 funded by Pima County and 2 funded by the city of Tucson. We have a total of 76 amazing students and families. It will be detrimental to our district and to the Southside community if the city's funding were to be eliminated. All families deserve access to a high-quality preschool program. Instead of considering the elimination of PEEPS funding, the city of Tucson should be exploring ways to expand our investment in early childhood education. I invite and encourage all of you to visit our classrooms so you can witness for yourselves the amazing work that's happening. I ask that you reconsider the elimination of PEEPS funding. Thank you.
Carissa Whaler. Carissa Whaler.
Hi, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members. My name is Carissa Weiler.
Could you lift the mic closer to you?
Oh, thank you. Hi, I don't live in Tucson. I live in Casas Adobes, but I do work in Tucson in the 85705 zip code, and I'm here on behalf of my school, and I'm also here as a mother, and I want to share my story with you. My 2 children are as different as can be, and one of them got to go to preschool and one of them did not. My son has dysgraphia. He's got ADHD, and he didn't get to go to preschool because my daughter was born. Every time I tell this story, I get emotional, and then everybody laughs at me, but I'm really passionate about this story, so I want to share it with you. My daughter was born, and she had a congenital condition, and she spent 7 months in the NICU, and so I was not able to get my son to preschool physically or financially, and so he missed out. And so when he went to kindergarten with his dysgraphia, he couldn't write his name. It was like physically so hard for him, and so every aspect of school was frustrating for him. And I feel like preschool would have been such a game changer for him. I feel like it would have been such a different experience if he would have been able to have a high quality preschool that PEEPS would have offered for him that I was not able to give him. My daughter, however, she's okay. She recovered, and I was given this miraculous opportunity. As part of my school district, they were trying to expand their preschool programs that they had started, and I was given this gift of preschool for my daughter. They opened Imagine School at Holloway, and they said, would you like to help us expand this preschool program? Now, she hit every single milestone developmentally late because she was born early, because of what happened when she was born, and I was just so worried about her, and I was like, is she gonna be okay? But I put her in preschool just thinking, this is gonna help. And I'm gonna tell you, I kept telling her, like, oh, she's having trouble with this and having trouble with this, and people kept saying, really? Because it just made such a difference doing all of the things to help her with her motor skills and her speech and everything, and you would never know it, because today she's a leader, and she's amongst her peers, she just loves school, and even though she's not gifted academically, she knows that she can persevere, and she's a hard worker, and she just loves school, and I feel like she was set up so much for her success. And my son, while he's brilliant, he struggles to this day, and school is hard for him, and we're working through it, and we're doing all the things, but I just see these two kids that have had such different experiences, and I know that it would have been such a game changer. And as I come to you as a teacher now, I see all of the kids that I get to serve, and I was so thrilled that I got to teach preschool to them, because I feel like I'm giving them an opportunity that my kid never got to have, because some of these families wouldn't be able to come to preschool if it weren't for PEEPS. And so it's just my supreme joy and honor that I get to send a whole class full of kids going to kindergarten next year. Some of them are reading, some of them are writing words, and I'm just so just full of emotion and pride that I get to send these kids on, knowing that I gave that gift to them that they wouldn't have been able to have otherwise. And so I just want to thank you for giving that to them, and I just want to implore you that we need to keep doing that, because I feel like it's just going to keep coming back to us for future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Connie Espinosa.
Hello, buenas tardes, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Connie Espinosa. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I represent myself. I'm not a paid speaker. I do work in the field of early care and education, specifically providing professional development for childcare providers, and have been doing that for over 25 years now. I'm here to share my support for the Pima Early Education Program scholarships, what we lovingly call PEEPS. I have seen how PEEPS funding has made a positive impact on families and children in our community, but really also for our childcare professionals who are doing the work of providing these services. I am really concerned that eliminating PEEPS will be devastating to our early care and education community, potentially causing many to have to close their small businesses. For the sake of our youngest children, for all of their grown-ups, and for our community as a whole, please continue to fund this innovative program that you have created called PEEPS. Thank you.
Stephanie Castillo Leon.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed members of the council. My name is Stephanie Castillo-Leon. I'm the director of Tucson Community School. I do not reside in the city of Tucson, but I do all my work here. And I am not a paid speaker. So I wrote this whole thing, but a lot of it is what you've heard already. So I just want to say again that I urge you to reconsider your support for PEEPS and affirm the City of Tucson's commitment to early childhood education. Eliminating or reducing PEEPS funding would be a step backward. It would force families to choose between career and care, compromise children's potential, and weaken Tucson's economic infrastructure. Conversely, protecting and expanding PEEPS sends a powerful message that Tucson values equity, opportunity, and its future. I know that you do have a really difficult decision, as everyone has talked about tonight, in terms of budgeting. I run a small nonprofit preschool that's been around for almost 80 years, and that budget, keeps me up at night. So I understand, but we also have a really difficult decision to tell parents and families who want to attend Tucson Community School that they cannot, because we do not have funding and they can't afford it. So again, I thank you for your continued leadership and vision, and I welcome the opportunity to further discuss how PEEPS is positively impacting our program and the many families we serve. I invite all of you to come and visit Tucson Community School, which is Tucson's oldest preschool, and it's really exciting and fun, and everybody should come. But together, let's keep Tucson moving forward, starting with our youngest citizens. Thank you.
Kelsey Bronson. Kelsey Bronson.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for hearing me tonight. My name is Kelsey Bronson. I do live in Tucson. I'm born and raised here. I'm currently a preschool director in a PEEPS classroom in the Amphitheater School District. I'm at Prince Elementary School. I have been working in early childhood education for 13 years. 10 of those years have been in the Amphitheater School District, and I'm actually a graduate from the Amphitheater School District, so I feel really grateful that I get to be here to speak to you about this. I spent the first 12 years of my career teaching kindergarten, which is a very difficult but rewarding job. Throughout those years, I discovered that many of my students did not receive structured learning prior to kindergarten, and it became clear that these students lack the school readiness skills that are imperative for success in a classroom setting. The PEEPS program provides our youngest learners with access to a high-quality preschool program, and when I was teaching kindergarten, that is just amazing for those kids to have the opportunity to not only learn letters and learn how to read and all of those skills that you think of when you think of school, but really the most difficult thing for being a kindergarten teacher is the school readiness skills that involve sitting on the rug and raising your hand and making eye contact and getting along with your peers. And now that I'm a preschool director, it's my first year, I really get to see how that can make an impact on these kiddos. My 3, and 4, and 5-year-olds are all very different, and they all have very special needs who I wouldn't have the opportunity to work with them if we didn't have the PEEPS funding. Currently in my classroom for preschool, I have 18 students, 5 boys, 13 girls, and it feels like 13 boys and 13 girls because that's just the way it goes. But all of them are there because of the PEEPS scholarship, and most of them would not be able to attend my preschool program if they didn't have those preschool scholarships. I really feel grateful because not only do I get to know the students, but I also get to know the families. So I get to host monthly family engagement activities, and that allows families to participate in their children's learning. And I feel like it also gives them that drive to be involved in their children's education from preschool and follow them through college or a career, whatever they prefer to do. I really have enjoyed getting to know my students and their families and seeing them grow throughout the year. And I feel like if we cannot get that funding back next year or in the years to come, those students are going to be even more at risk than they already are. And those families are just really going to struggle to get their kiddos to school. And then those kiddos will be going to kindergarten with little to no experience in a school setting. And just with the standards that there are for kindergarten nowadays, it feels impossible at times to get kids where they need to be, even if they have gone to preschool. So I can only imagine the kind of disadvantage they'll be at going into kindergarten and furthermore without the PEEPS program and that preschool opportunity for a high quality education. So I really hope you guys can find it in your budget and in your hearts to give back to our community and our kiddos and give them the opportunity for those scholarships and a high quality preschool education that they may not have otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 10 minutes left in the hour, but I'm going to go ahead and do 4 additional speakers just to reflect the issues that people want to talk about. Our next speaker is Javier Martinez.
Good evening. I'll try to make it short. That's not true. There's a lot to say. My name is Javier Martinez. I'm a resident of Ward 6. I'm not a retained speaker, and I am speaking on behalf as well of the community group that I work with called AMFI Liberation Mutual Aid. I'm here to speak in opposition to the recommended budget for the fiscal year. The reason for my opposition has much to do with the lack of prioritization for the heavily needed services such as housing, early childhood programs, transportation, social services, and effective crisis intervention. Before I go further in my reasons, I want to have it on the record in saying that as a person involved in the efforts in successfully advocating against Proposition 414, I wanted to inform you that many of our constituency or your constituency who also opposed this measure did so not because we did not want to pay the taxes that would come from it, but because the prioritizations made in Prop 414 by the city manager did not reflect the demands from engaged community members. The decision to lump housing and social service needs with public safety was, for a lack of a better word, clumsy. City officials have even stated that despite the community feedback, the city manager made the decision to prioritize the funding on ineffective public safety measures. And while many of us have admitted that the decision to oppose this prop was difficult, it just didn't reflect the values and morals of the people in Tucson. Now, in regards to the fiscal year budget, the current struggles and challenges the community is experiencing is immense. With the council's involvement in the Prosperity Initiative, this would imply that the city recognizes its role, nay, its responsibility to collaborate with the county to address the root causes of poverty, which outlines housing, education, transportation, and social services as needing high prioritization to break the barriers present in our community. So number one, housing options for many of our residents, including our low income and housing insecure individuals, because as it stands right now, the state of our housing and the state of the services that are being provided to these impacted individuals are staggeringly inefficient for what's needed. According to the Tucson Pima Collaboration to End Homelessness, the 2024 Gap Analysis Report, 72% of people seeking homeless services were not served in any type of housing, and 11% of renters in Pima County struggled to make rent in 2023. That's around 7,600 people who couldn't gain access to housing and service options. Those same 7,600 people are now under threat of violation or incitation of the harmful ordinances that could pass that is against homelessness. With Ward 5, Santa Rita Park closed down, a large population have less refuge from the desert's life-threatening heat. It's also known that the recent forums led by TPD recently, with business owners and residents present, have cited conditions worsening in the south side as a result of the park closing down. Number two, as some of you may know, I work alongside with other community members in AMFI, where we've been handing out supplies and attempts at providing resources to individuals in need of support. We were here last year with the hope that the AMFI Housing Resource Center would be up and running on March 1st, only to find that there was a week-long delay of bed deliveries, a decrease of bed capacity from 70 beds to 50 beds, a pause on the promised transitional microhousing program, and a continued lack of responses from the director of Low Barrier Shelter. And we've tried to get in contact with them multiple times in order to provide at least support for 2 folks who were camped out in AMFI, and so much so we waited for 2 months to provide them shelter before they were potentially swept. But as it stands now, after 3 weeks, we haven't heard from these individuals because they have, at the end of the day, they were swept. This isn't at the fault of the director. It seems more on the fault of the lack of support that they're receiving to run the center more effectively by the city. Number 3, early childhood programs. As part of my day job, I work in partnership with several school districts, including TUSD and the Amphitheater District. Hearing from some representatives speaking, hopefully that districts will do what they can to maintain their current programs despite the potential negative impacts of our current country's executive administration will inflict on their schools. However, the city manager's lack of prioritization on early childhood programs like PEEPS will bring harm to a lot of families who rely on these programs, and our community knows that. Your budget community survey tracked 51.9% of respondents said funding early education was important to include in a future budget and was considered 4th major priority for a fiscal budget from your active constituents. I'll end here by just saying that we just hope
To a
that...
conclusion, Mr.
Yes.
Martinez.
we just hope that, Mayor Romero, you mentioned the accomplishments of last year's heat awareness and care. I can recognize and commend the efforts, but as we move forward as a community, these actions need to continue to grow in order to
To a
become more
conclusion, Mr.
accessible
Martinez.
to the thousands that will be vulnerable during this year's heat, but to also
Come to a conclusion, Mr. Martinez. I need to stop you there. I need to stop you. Thank you. We have 3 more cards. Kelly Griffith.
My name is Kelly Griffith. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Economic Integrity, located at 509 East Radburn Street, Tucson, and I am representing the Center for Economic Integrity. And every time I get a microphone in front of my pulse and my heart rate just goes through the roof. Don't ask me why. Mayor Romero, I would just like to ask your permission to have folks that are in the room to please just stand up if they're in support. Would that be okay? It won't be disruptive, I promise. If you are in support of PEEPS and you're here for PEEPS, would you mind just standing up? Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Showing up is half the battle. So I'm going to move right into thanking Councilmember Dahl for his efforts today during the study session and for bringing a creative proposal to fund PEEPS for this year. And I know it was a lively discussion, and I know it's a really difficult time for budgeting for the city. I heard it loud and clear, and I know that we are all on the same side, that it's not about us and them, it's just all of us trying to figure it out. So I want to acknowledge that and the hard work of the staff at the city for crafting a budget and the hard work of all of you for discussing a budget. I know it's hard work, and I'm not discounting any of that. I do have to chase after one red herring from the meeting, and I know you're not supposed to chase after red herrings, but this one I just can't resist, I'm sorry. 39% of the City of Tucson residents pay the library tax, which funds part of the county PEEPS. 60%, and rightly so, 60% of the city families receive PEEPS scholarships. I just wanted to set the record straight on that one. Sorry. We know your findings are hard, impossible. You're trying to make choices that are just very, very challenging. But what I'm asking and what I've been begging is that just one more year. Just give us one more year. We're not moving the goalpost, I promise you. We are working, the community advocates, the early childhood education advocates, the county, the business community, we're working on this. We really are. We know that our time horizon is short. Work with us. Give us a little bit more time. Don't pull funding, the city funding for PEEPS this year. Please, please don't do that. Keep working together, keep thinking, keep brainstorming, keep having conversations in the community. Find a way together, all of us together. Let's find a way to fund PEEPS, the city portion of it, for this year, and give us that time, the advocates in this community who are very effective, to come up with a way to supercharge PEEPS that won't involve city funding if at all possible. Because we hear you. I hear how hard it is, how hard the decisions are, how hard it is to deny funding from supplemental funding from people who are asking for things like uniforms. I get it. We all get it. But this is a penny wise and a pound foolish. It's a penny wise and a pound foolish, and all we're asking for is one more year while we continue to mobilize and bring in more supports and more funding supports for PEEPS, because we know that everybody benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. April Putney.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council, City Manager's Office. My name is April. I'm a Ward 1 resident. I live in Tucson. I'm not a retained speaker. I'm representing myself. I'm going to read an open letter that I submitted to the Star to all of you. Mayor and Council, it is deeply disturbing to see the direction the City of Tucson is going, not only with recent legislation passed criminalizing homelessness, but also in the fiscal year 2026 budget recommendations coming out of the City Manager's Office. As you know, based on discussions during study session, criminalization costs the city more money due to jailing. Pima County Jail has increased intake costs to the city, and those amounts are expected to rise. As thinking individuals who must be informed by research, you already know that criminalizing survival strategies does not stop people from using those survival strategies. I'm of course referring to the ordinance Mayor and City Council passed criminalizing standing in the city medians, which directly targets solicitation by unhoused individuals. Now that you've made a new law to enforce, I guess congratulations, you created a situation where enforcing that law is going to cost the city, and therefore all Tucsonans, more money, a lot of money, for both jailing and the increased need for law enforcement personnel. And this action was taken with full knowledge of a looming recession, the very real loss of state revenue due to the flat tax, and rising costs of all goods and services with inflation, and who even knows about tariffs at this point. Such actions do not represent fiduciary responsibility to your constituents. By passing the median ban ordinance, you just created another bill for us to pay coming into fiscal year 26 without a clear way to pay it. The fiscal year 26 budget recommendation by the City Manager's Office is a sad indication of the moral and ethical failures of the department and the City of Tucson more broadly. We face a climate crisis, and the City Manager recommends underfunding Tucson Fire by over $6.6 million compared to TFD's 2025 actual expenditures. These expenditures represent what TFD needed to spend to protect us from fire, and fire poses a real and growing threat to lives and homes. The TPD budget, on the other hand, does receive funding boost in fiscal year 26 to account for fiscal year 25 actual expenses and then some. And all during Prop 414, the mayor touted the importance of investing in ourselves, and the city manager recommends cutting general fund dollars from PEEPS program. PEEPS will get $0 in the city manager's fiscal year 26 recommendation compared to the already scant $750,000 allocated in fiscal year 25. The PEEPS program is a partnership that provides low-income families, as we already know, with early childhood education, and this program is what investing in ourselves really looks like. These cuts and deprivations are described as necessary due to shortfalls, yet the city manager can find $8.6 million more for the police department compared to their fiscal year 25 budget. Millions more from the general fund for our most bloated department, which sucks up over a third of the general fund, and yet the city manager can't allocate a measly $750,000 for early childhood education. This is shameful. Who is this budget recommendation really meant to serve? Certainly not future generations, not low-income families, and not those living on the outskirts of town closest to wildfire threats, where the wildland-urban interface resides. The city budget is a moral document. I encourage leadership to plant the seeds now for the future that we want to reap. We cannot keep disinvesting in our youth. We cannot shirk true public safety precautions against very real and growing climate threats like fire, all in order to increase funding to TPD, which contributes to a system of violence for which there are more humane and effective alternatives. And yes, we know that there are more humane and effective alternatives. I'm not arguing in this letter for full police abolition in 2026. I believe that would be unrealistic. I'm arguing for justice in our resource allocation and for funding distributions that protect the public from real and growing climate threats. Especially in heat week, wildfires are becoming more of a threat, as you all know. I'm arguing for chipping away at conditions of poverty and deprivation. These are the same conditions that create the very social problems we charge the police to solve, when in reality, this system of punishment only acts as a Band-Aid or makes problems worse. Poorly conducted as it was, the fiscal year 26 budget engagement survey did give us a glimpse into what people who live in Tucson really do want, and spoiler alert, it's not more policing at the cost of social services. Thank you.
Kevin, I think it's Kevin Housel or Hauser, Kevin. Kevin. Hauser? It looks like an H. Kevin Holder?
Awesome, cool. Mayor and council. So my name is Kevin Holder. I've been I live here in Tucson. I work for the city of Tucson. I've been working for the city of Tucson since January of '97. So anyhow, I know these guys right here. I met these guys. There's Ann and Tim, and I've met Nikki over there. Sam was sitting up here. Sam's my director. It's cool. So anyhow, my thing is that I got reclassified as a street maintenance worker 3, and I'm not quite sure like where my wages are. So I know there was an email that was sent out, and so I just kind of want to put that aside, but I wanted to bring that up. But I wanted to bring up the budget. You guys mentioned that the HER fund was good. You guys mentioned that the environmental service fund is good. You mentioned that the water fund is good, and the prices are going up, just in case anybody needs to know. So it seems like the general fund es no bueno. So when you look at the pie chart, it looks like Tucson Fire, TPD, and 911 and 311, they take up more than half the pie. And that was a $750 million budget, I believe, for the general fund. Anyhow, I was just looking at that. So I think that Tucson Fire, TPD, 911, 311, seems like they need their own budget, because this is where you're having the problem at, is in the general fund. And boy, tough crowd, you know. It's like, boy, this is something else. So my thing is that it sounds like that's where that is. But another thing I wanted to bring up is that when I first started working for the city, it was good. It was really good. There were merits, but then the merits went away. They went away in 2006, and that was it. So next year, it's going to be 20 years. It's going to be 20 years. Excuse me. It's going to be 20 years since we've had merits. And when you implement merits, it motivates an employee. It motivated me. Excuse me. I just don't know what to do about that, because if the HER fund is good, you would think that people underneath that fund would be able to get a raise. If the environmental service fund, same, and water, you think all the individuals would be able to get raises. But I just feel like I look at one schedule, and it's saying that where I was going to be, now it dropped like over $4. It's like $4.49 or something like that, where my max was going to be at. And I looked at it and I was like, oh wow, if I could get there, maybe finally I can see some relief. Because it's weird working so long for the city, because I've seen so many things. And right now, I just feel like we're just going backwards. And I know you guys have a tough job. I know, Tim, you have an extremely tough job, you know, trying to balance this budget along with you, Ann. And I really don't know what's going to happen. I wish We used to have meetings at work in the streets department. They would gather everybody up into the amphitheater. They would explain, hey, this is what's going to happen. We no longer have that. It just seems like it's a lot of smoke and mirrors, and nobody knows what's going on. And there's nobody here from my job. I don't recognize anybody here. But that's okay, because I'm not here to represent them. I'm here to represent myself. Thank you. Anyhow,
Thank you, Mr.
you guys have a
Holder.
good night.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holder. Really appreciate it. That was our last speaker. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. The public hearing is now closed. Thank you all so much for coming to present to us. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, we just want to confirm your vote.
Yes, sorry, I had gotten unmuted. I'm here, yes.
So it's another yes for closing the public hearing. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you all so much for coming to present to Mayor and Council. We really appreciate your voice. Item 10.
Public hearing appeal from the Water Service Area Review Board's denial of service to Pima County parcel number 224-19-085H, located at 3635 West Camino, CHRISTY in unincorporated Pima County.
City Manager's communication number 132 dated May 6th is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the appeal from the Water Service Area Review Board's denial of service to Pima County parcel number 224-19-085H, located at 3635 West Camino Christi in unincorporated Pima County. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing?
No presentation, Mayor.
Okay. So there's no presentation. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Do we have any cards for this public hearing?
No, Your Honor, but I believe the appellants are here.
Okay, so we do have the appellants. Please, if you'd like to come to the microphone and introduce yourself, and if you'd like to make your case.
Good evening. I'm Shannon Giles. This is my husband, Dennis Manley. We are the property owners of 3635 West Camino Christi, which for reference is 6 lots east of Thornydale Road and a little bit north of Lambert. We bought this property in 2007 when the Tucson area water policy did not exist. We borrowed a lot of money. We borrowed $162,000 to buy a piece of dirt. We couldn't have bought it at a worse time in the market had we tried. So we had full intentions of building a home on that property. It's roughly 1 acre, but life happened and we were not able to do that. For years, we would have loved to sell it. It wasn't until 2023 that the market recovered in a manner such that we could have an offer on that property that would cover the mortgage. At that time, the mortgage was roughly $85,000. It's about $80,000 now in 2025. We sold the property. We had an agreement to sell it, and it was only then that we learned that the Tucson area water policy was preventing a buyer from getting a permit to have water service to that lot. We appealed to the Water Area Review Board. That was denied, and we submitted an appeal pursuant to the policy to Mayor and Council in October of last year. So we did write a written appeal, which didn't make it into your materials. I do have copies if anybody would like to see them, but I want to talk a little bit about this policy. It was brought in 2013, and as far as I can tell, the last resolution was in 2013. I learned today from the Mayor and Council communication
document that was part of the materials that we are the first people to bring this kind of an appeal before mayor and council pursuant to that policy. So here we are. If you read this resolution, you will find the words annexation, non-annexation, you will find the words development, development, development. We are not developers. We bought a piece of land that was roughly 1 acre with the intention of buying a home. It is plain from reading this document that denying water service to that 1 acre parcel in the middle of an already serviced infrastructure was never the intention of this policy. I would like to be able to show this to you bigger, and I have copies if anybody wants it. It's about the pages aren't numbered, but I counted it's the 7th page in attachment A to your materials. If you can see this, you have better eyesight than I do. But the blue is service that is either existing or obligated. If you can see this tiny little red square, well, it's a rectangle here, that is our lot. The policy also talks about expansion. To characterize this as expansion, really, I think is misleading because the infrastructure is all there. The water's in the street. All of these blue lots have water. So the denial of a water permit to this parcel, just because we got the timing wrong on a policy that we had no notice of whatsoever, is the definition of arbitrary. It's financially devastating to us. We now own a piece of property that has an $80,000 mortgage that has become virtually worthless. No one is going to buy a piece of property that is a residential lot where they can't put a residence. After the review board hearing, there were some suggestions made by the city attorney's office of things we could try. We did try. We investigated a well and learned that it would be upwards of $50,000, not to mention the fact that putting in a well for water, groundwater, in an area where there's already existing infrastructure is somewhat irresponsible to the water table. We investigated with the neighbors joining the properties. The neighbor to the south, he talked about it for a while, but we never could get him to commit to doing it. And the property is restricted because there's an $80,000 mortgage lien on it. So there really are no other viable options, and we have this land sitting here in the middle of a completely serviced infrastructure. So we're here today to appeal that decision, and we ask you to really kind of please consider what's fair and overrule that denial of that water permit so that we can move forward. I'm available for questions if anybody has any.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming here. Do we have to read the communication number? Yes. Yeah. Alrighty. So I'm just going to read the communication number and then open it up for discussion. City item 10. We did that. Did we read the communication 132? I don't think we did. Okay. So City Manager's Communication 132 dated May 6th is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the appeal from the Water Service Area Review Board's denial of service of Pima County parcel number 224-19-085H. We did read it. Located at 3635 West CAMINO, CHRISTY in Unincorporated Pima County. There are no one else wanting to speak on this particular item. If there's no one else in the audience wishing to be heard, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
There's a motion to close the public hearing. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Okay. This public hearing is closed. What is the council's pleasure? Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting through a very long meeting. I can tell this has been very stressful and a hardship for you, so I'm sorry about that. I did want to ask Chris Avery to come forward, if you would, from just, I guess, our expert on the water policy, which is really critical to the overall sustainability of the region, and I have no doubt you understand that the intentions of the policy. Chris, in terms of the parameters set in the regional water policy, and can you just highlight again the reason that we would not have service to this parcel given infrastructure in the area?
Honorable Member, Councilmember Ulick, and members of the Mayor and Council, under the water service policy considerations that were adopted in 2013 is the adoption of what is commonly called the three sides rule. And under the three sides rule, a parcel located in the expansion area in unincorporated Pima County is available for water service if three sides surrounding the parcel have already obtained service from the city of Tucson. And there are some exceptions to that. There's sometimes a side is considered to be served if it's impossible to serve it. In the case of a property that, say, abuts a national park or national forest or other property that could not conceivably obtain water service, then the three-sided rule doesn't apply. But in this case, the parcel in question is surrounded on two sides by Tucson Water Service, and there are two available parcels that, when they obtain service, the parcel in question here would be available for a meter under the terms of the policy. The question in front of the Water Service Area Review Board was whether Tucson Water correctly applied the policy as adopted in 2013. They came to the conclusion that it was followed successfully, and there aren't any facts available to us at this point that would change that determination.
Councilmember Dahl.
Mr. Avery, if we grant this exception, does this set a precedent in any other properties that might be in a similar situation?
The Mayor and Council, under the terms of the water service policy, the Mayor and Council are authorized to consider appeals and to grant appeals, and to make modifications to the water service area policy. But the water service area policy is always subject to the Mayor and Council's determination, including at this appeal. And so it's not a binding precedent in the way a lawyer thinks of binding precedent, in the sense that case law determines future outcomes.
I'll take that as a no.
It's a qualified no.
Qualified no. Thank you.
It doesn't create a legally binding precedent if you act based on the individual facts of this case. But if the Mayor and Council do decide to grant relief in this case, what we would do is we would prepare a resolution and bring it back for your consideration at a future meeting, and for that purpose, for making it a decision that's distinct to the facts of this case.
Another question, Mr. Avery. There's a property to the south that's the light blue, and that indicates that they have the possibility of getting water service. Yeah. Once that property got water service, would the three-side rule then be properly applied for the property in question?
Assuming that there are no future variations in property lines, lot splits, or easements, or whatever, it appears to Tucson Water staff that if the property to the south were to obtain water service, then they would meet the three-sided rule. In addition, there is a state statute that precludes drilling a well within Tucson Water service area if Tucson Water is willing to serve the parcel, but that that restriction does not apply in the case of a denial. So as noted already, there is available water service to this parcel through drilling a well.
Is there any concern about drilling a well in this area as far as aquifer or part of the active management area or whatever?
I don't think that there are any particular concerns relating to this area with regard to drilling a well, the mayor and council sort of made the decision in adopting the water service area policy that parcels who denied service would have the ability to drill a well, and that was a consideration in making the policy.
Thank you so much.
Councilman Lee?
I'm really curious to hear what Karen has to say. I mean, I'll just say like it is, it's kind of silly that you have two parcels, that the obligated parcels next to yours don't kind of count toward the three sides. That's just how I see it, and I have a lot of compassion for your situation, and I'm really curious about the need to possibly reopen the policy for this type of situation unless it's just so rare that we don't need to reevaluate it. But I think that having a dependency on your neighbors to the south to get water in order for you to get water when the parcel below you is obligated already doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I can definitely see, I understand that we applied the policy as it's designed, but I'm thinking the policy might be a little flawed in this particular type of an example. That's just how I see it. So those are my comments, but I want to hear what my colleagues say.
Councilmember Ulick?
Yeah, and even though several of us really championed this policy and the map and all of the great work that Chris, you did, there's a lot I don't remember. So wasn't there, so isn't there an option to sign an annexation agreement?
In some areas, there was an option to obtain water service through an annexation agreement, but when the Colorado River, as a consequence of the Colorado River shortage and a consequence of the drought declarations within the Tucson water service area, that option is not available under the water service policy anymore.
Oh, yeah.
I will say that the two-sided rule is an effort to, it's a compromise, and like all good compromises, it has detractors from many sides, and that's not exactly a pun, but sort of is. The issue with the two-sided rule, or any sided rule, is that a policy that has no exceptions creates hardships like this. A policy with too generous an exception creates an opportunity for anyone who's played checkers or can understand how a one-sided policy or two-sided policy could lead to expansions or unwarranted domino effects, sometimes the way it's phrased, in future obligations that are not present with the three-sided rule. So, like as I mentioned before, like all good compromises, there's a balance.
Yeah.
In the adoption of a three-sided rule, the council made and staff recommended a compromise that tried to balance considerations of fairness as well as unmitigated expansion.
Just one more follow-up. So, and to Councilmember Lee's point, and Councilmember Dahl's as well, it's that parcel to the south. We're obligated, if they said, hey, we need water service, we would be obligated to deliver water to the parcel to the south, or no?
Yes.
Okay.
If circumstances stay the way they are today, if the parcel to the south were to obtain water service, were to request water service, we would be obligated to provide it, and if that parcel obtains water service, we would be obligated to provide service here.
So how exactly is the three-sided rule stated? It is that there's already existing delivery on three sides versus we're obligated to, and you're surrounded by obligations to serve.
Yes. So in the maps that are distributed in the council materials, you'll see a light blue and a dark blue. The dark blue are parcels that already have service, and a parcel has to have three dark blue sides, not three dark blue and light blue sides together.
So my inclination, and believe me, as just really one of the staunchest advocates for the regional policy and the map and setting limits so that we didn't just keep serving and serving beyond our capacity. We've done a really good job of water management. Having said that, I don't even really want to open up the policy per se. I just feel that just on face value, number one, part of the reason for the policy is to not have people drill into the aquifer, right? We want the use of sustainable water resources, I believe. So I wouldn't, what if they decide to invest and drill a well? That's kind of not our intention. But even more so, I think that the fact that it is surrounded and we're just kind of waiting for that southern parcel. And if they did, the circumstances faced by the appellant would be different. So I would be inclined to say that I would support the appeal on that basis in these very limited, unique circumstances where in fact the parcel is surrounded, if not by actual delivery yet, certainly by our obligation to serve. And it's just a little island that somehow didn't get into the sea of blue. So I don't know how to phrase that, Chris. I do not want to reopen the entire policy. I really want to make sure that we just recognize that this is very unique. And believe me, I never thought I would ever support an appeal to our water policy. That's how seriously we take water management. We really take it very seriously, but this one just doesn't ring right.
This is the first appeal under the water service area policy. The council was presented with a similar situation. A few years ago, there was a commercial parcel on West Valencia that abutted the Tohono O'odham Reservation. And at that time, the council declined, the council would have been, the parcel would have been eligible for service had the parcel to the south obtained a water meter. The city manager's office and I had recommended an economic development process by which we would receive some economic development incentives for granting service to that parcel prior to the third side being in place. And at that point, the mayor and council clearly indicated their displeasure with adopting any exception to the two-sided rule, declined service to that parcel, and it obtained service later through the operation of the three-sided rule without that economic incentive ever being applied.
And I could see with commercial development, I might view it very differently. We're talking about an acre parcel that's residential that, again, I don't want to encourage drilling a well just so that you can get out from under, even if you could. So so could you help me with a motion? I guess grant the appeal with the understanding that we are still firmly behind the policies and the map, and just in this particular very unique circumstance, I would be inclined to support the appeal.
I would suggest a motion along the lines that that you move that the mayor and council approve granting relief, in this case based on the unique and individual facts presented, that in doing so you are not changing the policy itself, but that you're giving direction to prepare a resolution that'll come back to you that will articulate the specific facts as to why this decision is limited to this one case.
I would appreciate that if that makes
So
sense.
you're making that motion as suggested to the city manager. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I have a question regarding the parcel itself. It's a 1 acre. Maybe this is for the owners. The intention of the use of this parcel is residential. What is it zoned, suburban ranch or?
Well, we had a building permit to build a house on it, so I'm gonna make the assumption it's zoned residential, but we ran out of money.
What is the purpose of I guess, the usage of this land?
Residential.
Residential,
As far
okay.
as I know, our buyer was gonna build a house, we were gonna build a house.
How was it zoned?
Do we know what it's zoned?
Not known as
It's residential.
Is it suburban ranch or?
I don't recall the zoning particular.
I think in the motion, perhaps what we want to do is make that very clear, because what we don't want is a little tower to go, who knows what's possible. We're all about the water use. We don't want it to be excessive, and so I would say tying it to low density, I don't know.
on the property by the person that subdivided it, who I think wrote their own restriction on the property. It can't be I don't think it can be 2 stories. It can't have an antenna that's more than 8 feet, and you can't raise hogs.
Oh.
What's wrong with hogs? Why didn't you say so? We would have been out of here. No.
I think it was 8 feet on the antenna, and there's like a 2-story restriction
Yeah.
or something.
But the
Whether that's
purpose-
enforceable,
The
So it's low
intention-
density,
Okay.
single. So I
I'm
think,
just thinking I
Yeah.
mean,
It's a
in
good
an acre
question.
you can build, I don't know, rezone it to 60 apartment
yeah, right.
units, I don't know.
Yeah.
So the intention of the user is residential.
Yeah.
Low density residential. Ms. Giles and Mr. Manley, I came in today feeling very strong about denying this appeal and preserving our water policy as we have done so for more than a decade. But I do see that this is much more than a regular appeal or a issue as presented to us before, and I do find it devastating that you have invested a lot of money and time in this parcel and want to see it put to work. I don't want us to set any type of precedent as well, but I also don't want to damage you or the investment that you have done on this land. It's no fault of your own that after you purchased this land, the mayor and council decided to create this water policy, which I also take very serious. I've been here on the council when we created this policy, and we have been rapidly protecting the water resources of our residents and the people that we serve in this area. And because there have been drought, we have moved away from an annexation agreement because that doesn't bring any type of long-term preservation of our water resources. But I do feel for your situation and would be willing to make this particular exception because it's a family and it's individuals coming to us and saying, hey, this is our investment. And I don't want to damage you all, but I think we have to be really tight on the language that we use, Mr. Rankin, to make sure that this is an exceptional exception to our rules.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question of the manager. Your recommendation was to deny this. After hearing what you've heard, would you continue to have that recommendation, and why?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the department and the manager are to follow the water service area policy of the city of Tucson, which is set by mayor and council. In the event that you grant this exception with the limited circumstances, of course, we'll comply with that.
Thank you.
I have an additional question. It seems as though there's water service on 2 sides, and maybe this is for the owners. Is this like close by? Is this?
The water main is right in front of the street.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the street, right in front of our property.
Okay.
If you look on that same map, that solid darker blue line in the road is the main water main.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I think you put the motion on the table and there was a second. If there's no additional questions or comments, do you need a roll call or do you need? Okay, so all those in favor of the motion of granting the appeal with a very specific language that Mr. Rankin brought about, signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, and thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You guys do awesome. This is the first time, and it's just incredible.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that you had to wait for 2 public hearings and call to the audience.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, thank you. Thank you too. Alrighty, well, item 11.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, May 20th, 2025, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much.